All right, here we are. We're going to build my new gaming rig here today. We're only using a couple old components. We're going to recycle a couple Radeon R9 270 video cards and use an old SSD. Other than that, we've got a new case. I'm looking at my parts sheet here so I get all the numbers right for you guys. The case is the Noctis NZXT 450. I wish I would have gotten the black or the red one, but the white one is what was in stock. So we can take the case out of the way for now, because obviously we don't need it just yet. And let's go through the parts real quick. Latest and greatest Core i7-6700k overclockable 6th generation Core i7 processor from Intel. We have the Asus Z170 Pro Gaming motherboard. I was looking at some of the other Z170 boards, and this is the one I decided to go with instead of the ROG series, just for multiple reasons. And the ROGs are a little more expensive, and I'm not even going to use all the features on here, especially the sound features, because I just bought me a nice new Turtle Beach 7.1 channel surround sound headphones, so I won't even be using the lovely sound that comes on this, but you know, whatever, right? So there's our processor, there's our motherboard. We got 16 gigs of DDR4. I'm eventually going to go to 32 gigs, but I didn't want to go ahead and get 32 gigs now because DDR4 speeds, for the most part, are about the same as DDR3 speeds right now. So you don't have that huge advantage, but DDR4 will be up and coming and higher speeds will be available. So I figured why just swap out for 32 gigs of higher speed DDR4 when it becomes available and cheaply to the market to where I'm not paying out the nose for it. So we just got some G-Skill Ripjaws. This is, let's see here, DDR4 PC4 24,000. So it's DDR4 3000. Memory. We're going to do water cooling because we're going to overclock this Core i7 because the newer generation ones, compared to the old Core i5s and i7s, they overclock quite a bit more. So with that, even with air cooling, people are getting 300 to 400 megahertz per core overclock. So I think with this, we will be able to get at least 700 gigahertz per core overclocked. The i7-6700k is a 4 gigahertz 4-core processor with hyper-threading. So, so there's our cooling solution. It's two fans, Radiator. It's one of the maintenance-free ones. I think it's rated for up to like 4 years use with no maintenance. You don't have to add any coolant to it or take any out. It's completely contained within the loop. The fin density on the fan, or on the Radiator, is pretty nice. I've looked at it. I haven't opened half of this stuff, so literally you're going to be seeing this as I'm seeing it, and this hangout may be a little long. And there's a couple reasons for that. Number one, this is my new gaming rig, so I'm going to take my time. I'm going to do good cable management the best I can. I'm going to be very meticulous about it, and I'll probably even get into overclocking. So, I mean, this hangout may last hours, but the core part of it should be built. It depends, right? Because I haven't even looked at the manuals or anything. There's questions I have about the motherboard. There's questions I have about the case. The case actually has an integrated PWM fan hub, which I'm not sure if I'm going to be using or not, because our motherboard has lots of PWM fan headers already. So, and this needs one of them, right? So the motherboard will control the speed of these fans to cool down the processor. And I really don't think I'm going to be running this through the included PWM hub that came with the case, because I really don't trust that. And with the newer UEFI BIOSes from Asus, overclocking is built in, and you have all your fans displayed right there and good control over them. So probably won't be using that fan hub. And let's see what else we have over here. Like I said, we're going to be recycling my two R9 270s. Yes, they're older video cards, but they still do everything I need in Crossfire. That will change soon, so I will be ordering a couple new video cards when the time comes. But for now, we're just going to do these in Crossfire. So we got both of them right here. I do believe these are the Asus overclocked models with 4 gigs of GDDR4 RAM apiece. So they're pretty nice as far as the 270s go. Power supply I chose was 650 watt Thermaltake Toughpower Gold, so it's a nice power efficient power supply. It's semi-modular, so the main connectors, and I don't know how well you guys can see all this, but anyway, the main connectors, like your 24-pin ATX, is not modular, of course, because you need it anyway. But and I think one of the other cables are not modular. But other than that, the rest of them, all the SATA connectors, the PCIe connectors for power to your graphics cards, all that is modular. So you only have to plug in the cables that you need. As far as storage goes, again, I'm recycling old components because the motherboard, let me grab it again. The Z170 series has the newer M.2 slots on them that have 4 PCI Express bus lanes for SSD M.2 storage devices. And if you don't know what that is, it's basically an SSD. I should have printed out a picture of one, but it's about the size of a gum stick. It goes into the slot actually on the motherboard, and it actually allocates PCI Express lanes to quickly transfer data. And the reason I did not go ahead and buy one is because either I think late November, early December, the new, I think it's the Samsung 950. I could be wrong on that, but it's the, I'm going to get the 256 gig module, but it has the new technology, the new NVMe technology, which fully uses the bus on here. And from the results that I've seen online, it beats current SSDs, even the top of the line ones, by 2 to 3 times in some areas. I don't want to just say it's 2 to 3 times faster, but the random 4K read and write speeds are quite a bit faster, and so is the sustained transfer rate. So to me, it didn't make sense to buy a current M.2 SSD hard drive when I know I'm going to be upgrading in a month, month and a half, maybe 2 months, going with the top of the line. So I went ahead and just got everything else and said, you know what, I will swap out my hard drive at that time. All right, so fun time, I guess. We'll go ahead and get the motherboard out. We'll go ahead and get the memory and the processor seated in there. There might be parts of this hangout where you're not going to be able to see what I'm doing. I mean, come on. I'm doing this kind of on a wing. I didn't really decide to do it until a couple of days ago. The angle of the camera is probably not the best, but you know, I'll try to like lift things up so you can see them and whatnot. So yeah, we'll go ahead and unbox the Asus Z170 Pro gaming motherboard here and see what all we got. As you can see, it's black and red, which does not match my white and blue accented case at all, but I'll deal with that later. I may end up getting the black version of the NZXT Noctis 450 case at some point. Go ahead and pull our motherboard out. Nice looking guy. They've isolated the sound. Well, my arm's probably in the way. They have isolated the sound from the rest of the motherboard. You can see the heavy traces in there on the motherboard, so you don't get any interference for the sound. That's not too important for me because I'm going to use a 7.1 channel surround sound headset. DDR4, you got 4 slots for that. You have the M.2 slot up here, which I know you probably can't see this well, but you know, you just got to trust me on this. There's tons of headers for fans. We have 6 SATA slots. On the back, we have 4 USB 3 slots. I think there's 2 USB 2s, PS2 port, display port, HDMI, DVI, and VGA. The reason it has all of these is it's a gaming motherboard. A lot of us have older devices that we still like, especially PS2, to hook up to our computer. So there's a USB 3.1 Type-C slot, same kind of connector your new cell phone chargers use. That's becoming new on the market, as well as gigabit Ethernet. It's a nice looking board overall, I'd say. I don't know if these stickers are supposed to peel off the chipset or not. But if they are, I want to get them off now. Yep, they come off. Go ahead and take that off and get it out of the way. Oh, let's go ahead and go through the accessories too, because some people might be interested in this motherboard. You get some stickers, which I probably won't use at all. Those are pretty much trash to me. Driver CD, trash. I'm going to go download the latest drivers anyway. They do give you an ROG SLI adapter, which I won't be using because I'm doing Crossfire, which I have my adapter here. But that's nice. At least they include that. They know you're probably going to do SLI or Crossfire. Got your I/O shield, of course. Looks like they've included 4 SATA cables with, looks like 2 of them are right-angled, and the other ones are just straight through. So those will come in handy, having some right-angled ones and some straight-through ones. What else did they give you? A couple little screws. I have a feeling. Oh, I know what these are. These are for the M.2 slot hard drive that I was talking about earlier, to mount them, because it actually supports 4 different sizes of M.2 drives. Don't know how well this is coming across on camera, but you can see there are 4 different screw mounts here for the each different sizes and length that the M.2 cards come in. So that's nice. They give you a little spacer screw and a tiny screw to screw them in, which we're not going to be using today, but I'll keep it for later. Give you a CPU installation tool. Make processor installation easy. Yeah, we probably won't be using that either. It's not my first rodeo, although some of my hardware is currently behind, hence the update. So let's go ahead and take this. We're going to do the old, put it on top of the motherboard case, which is what everybody does. Fold this up. Put it up here. All right, so let's go ahead and get the memory installed. And I believe for this motherboard, since I'm only using, again, 2 sticks of 8 gigs of DDR4, I believe it's the A2 and B2 slots on here. And if you didn't read the manual and you just went about doing this, you might think it'd be the A1, which is the top slot, and the B1, which is a couple slots away. But no, it's the A2 and B2. So always read your manuals first, boys and girls. And I'm going to need a knife. Got an X-Acto knife here somewhere. I know Ben has joined us in the hangout. I don't know. Ben, are you muted on your own, or did it mute you? Can you unmute and talk?
Hi, Joe.
Oh, hey, yeah, there you are. How you doing?
I'm fine. The reason I was muted is because I have a lot of noise on the other end.
Oh, sure, sure. I just didn't want you to think you couldn't talk. I kind of wanted to get the spiel of parts out of the way first, you know.
Oh, you're fine, man. I just I'll let you know when it gets more quiet.
Sure, sure. All right. So we cut the plastic on the blisters here. There we go. Even give you a little G-Skill sticker, which probably I will save because it's not going to look good on the white case, right? So I'll save that for when I get the black or the red case. Because inevitably what will happen is my friends will hear, hey, he really wanted the black or red case. I want to buy that case off of him, so I'll be able to afford the red or black one soon because somebody will buy the white one off of me. So let's see here. We got the A2 and B2 slots. Again, I know you can't see a lot of this on camera. I didn't mean this to be like a full-blown tutorial, so I'm not too worried that you can't. It's more of a kind of social event while I update my my gaming rig. The memory slots on this motherboard are different than some others. Only one of the sides actually flip down. The right-hand side here, these are stationary. You cannot pull these back. So you just slide it in one side and then you flip up your lever. I kind of like that. You could actually install this memory with one hand easily, even when it's down in the depths of your case. So
I like that board, Joe.
What was that, Ben?
I like the board.
Yeah, I do too. I like some of the other Asus ones, like the ROG series, better. But for the price and for what I want to do, it didn't make sense to go even $50 more on the motherboard.
Yeah.
I think this was around $150. I don't have the price on hand, but yeah, it was somewhere around there.
I got my board from eBay. Mine's a Gigabyte EX58UD3R.
Nice.
I still use it for games, but it's not exactly the most best board, but I do plan to update it for Christmas sometime.
Yeah, some people might be asking like why I went for the Core i7-6700 because it's a $370 processor. But the way I look at it is I will not be upgrading this system for the next 7 years. This will be pretty much it, except for the RAM, maybe the video cards. I really bank on this processor, especially after overclocking it, to get me quite a ways down the road. I got to find my knife again here. Here we go. Oh, my friend Brant's here too. He's sitting behind the counter really quiet, but he's watching me build. I'm hoping, I've got some thermal compound in the back, but I'm hoping the water cooler came with some because it's not the best that I have right now. I just ran out of the good stuff. And I'm sure it does. If it's a decent one, it's a Cooler Master one, so I think it will.
Okay. Now I'm curious, what kind of games do you plan to run on this?
What kind of games do I play?
Yes.
I want to get into Fallout 4. I'm still old school. I'm still playing a lot of old school games. And believe it or not, I play a lot of Minecraft, so this upgrade is really not going to do a lot for me.
Okay. Now I'm curious,
have
you ever done any Star Wars games?
Yeah. I haven't played any of them, but I might get into them.
I currently am doing Star Wars Old Republic with my buddy Andrew, and we're doing pretty well. I'm a big Star Wars nut. I never told you that before.
And there's our i7. So we're going to...
Got to be really careful with those suckers.
Yeah. Don't drop that. I wouldn't want to have to...
I actually... when I was building my machine, I accidentally messed up the pins, and I had to be really careful when I put my system together because the pins kind of got messed up.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you do have to be careful. Always look at the markings. All the newer processors come with, up in the corner, or one of the corners, which you can see here, they come with the indication triangle there, and you match that up with your motherboard, and that'll always ensure that you have a good seat. Which I believe on this one is...
Pro Gaming. Ooh.
What was that, Ben?
I was just reading the processor box. I mean, the board box, I should say.
Oh, the board box?
Yeah. I just like to examine the board and all the boxes when I'm watching someone build a PC.
Sure.
And I see you've got a 650-watt power unit there.
Yeah.
Mine's 850, but 650 is plenty, I would say.
Well, I was a little worried about the 650, but considering I'm only using SSDs in here, I looked at the power requirements of the water cooler and the fans. I looked at all the requirements, and I'm still above, but I would have loved to have gotten a 700 or 750-watt power supply, but I really don't think I'll need it. So,
nah, I think you should be fine with the 650-watt for what you're doing.
All right, CPU is in. We can take off of this protector cap here. I always keep these because if you have to return that motherboard, like this, all this stuff is from Newegg. You have to return the motherboard. They want this piece back, so always keep.
Yeah, without that, they're not going to honor your RMA.
Yeah. All right, so we got the processor in. Make sure it's all nice and snug. And lock it back into place. There we go. Looks pretty good. And I am going to go grab the alcohol really quick because I know I got fingerprints all over the top of that.
Ew.
Alcohol and some paper towel here. I just ate pizza before I did this. I don't think I washed my hands. That was smart. I'll go ahead and clean the top of that off though, so it's all going to get a good seal of thermal compound. All right. We got the processor in, memory in. I'm trying to remember everything else that I'm going to need to do. From looking at the manual, there should be a jumper on here that basically enables and disables core voltage lock on the processor. So I need to change that because I am planning on overclocking. Here it is, CPU over voltage. And I would assume it's off by default. Maybe I should consult manual. Let's look here. Yeah, here we go. OV, okay, default is disabled to the left, enabled to the right. Yeah, so by default out of the box, over voltage of the CPU is disabled for obvious reasons, right? We're going to go ahead and enable that because we are going to be putting more voltage through each individual core to try to get it to 4.9 gigahertz. Each core of that 6700K is 4 gigahertz out of the box, but we're going to try to reach 4.9. So we'll see how it goes. All right, I think the next part will be getting the motherboard mounted. Before that, no, I better go ahead and get the I/O shield for the motherboard into the case. And I'm quickly going to run out of workspace here, so I'm going to remove some of this stuff to other places here. Go ahead and move the power supply out of the way. We won't need that for a minute. We can get rid of the processor box. And we'll keep the motherboard manual out for obvious reasons. Move this crap out of the way. And let's look at the case again, because we're going to need to get this mounted in it. Oh, I'm really going to have to put it on its edge here. Well, we'll put it up here and get the panels off of it first. These are really nice cases. The only thing to remember, and I don't remember if I mentioned it earlier, if you're going to go for this case, remember it's a gaming case. There are no optical bays at all. The whole front end of this is all fans. You can either install your radiator for your water cooling here, which I don't recommend because you have space up here for that at the top. There's extra space in here to fit your whole radiator. They already include 320 millimeter fans in the front, and then there's another fan in the back here as well. I'm just going to go ahead and take the sides off so we have access. I may try to vertically mount this. I don't usually, but I might try to vertically mount the motherboard in there. Another thing I noticed about these cases are these side panels on the NZXT cases, they slide like right back into place. They're not like some of those cheap ass cases where you go to put it back on and you get it all the way and then you realize the bottom isn't flush. Never had a problem with these. Go ahead and take that off. You can see there's a couple spaces here. I don't know if you can see in there. Yeah, you can see in there. Couple places for SSDs, traditional SATA ones. We're going to be using, like I said, one of my old SATA. It's just a cheap one. It's just a P&Y. It'll get me through until the new M.2 ones come out. I'm not excited about the performance of this particular hard drive or anything, but it will do for now. And then I also have a 750 gig Seagate Momentus XT, which is a hybrid hard drive. It's got platters in there as well as, I do believe it's 6 gigs of SSD that it caches your most used files in, to speed up the transfer speed. So those will both fit down here with no modifications at all. So that'll be kind of nice. Let's go ahead and I've never had this case apart except for the side panels yet. So I'm going to have to learn how to pull the top off and the front off. It has blue accent LEDs all over the place, including down below. And there's a switch on the back of the case that you can change between modes of like pulsating on or off or different configurations of the lights. And you won't even be able to see the lights until later, which when I plug it in, I'll show you guys that. Here's what I was talking about, the PWM fan controller that they include. This is a really nice feature, don't get me wrong. But the high-end motherboards like this Z170 motherboard already has, I think I want to say 8 fan headers on it. And since the BIOS is very aware and able to control those fans, I don't think I'm going to use this. Or if I do, I might use it so I'm only using one header off the motherboard for these front 3 fans here. I don't really trust it to do the CPU and the water cooling block. I think I'm going to only use it for the 3 fans back there and maybe the rear fan. It looks like that's how they already have it connected. And they have room for 3 more fans, in fact, on there. I like the idea. I mean, you wouldn't see this in a cheaper case. This is definitely awesome, but I don't think I'm going to be using it for the for that feature. And then up here, this little board up here is actually the LED driver because there's a lot of LEDs on the case, so they've included their own LED driver. We'll go ahead and pull some of this plastic off here while we're in here. And this is the little box that came inside of the case. I'll show you guys what it has in case somebody's interested in this specific case. Got a little flyer in here that kind of shows what it's going to look like. That doesn't even show all the lights, but it's like, this is marketing material, not really the manual. They give you some zip ties. They also give you case fan screws, an extra thumb screw, all sorts of screws. So pretty much anything you need to mount extra standoffs, you know, all that good stuff is included. So that's nice. I won't have to use my own cable ties. I'll just use the ones that came with that. So we'll leave that out there. Go ahead and tuck these back in there. We're going to try to use their existing cable ties where possible. Go ahead and turn it around here. And the first thing you're going to want to do, at least in my opinion, is get your I/O shield in there. Otherwise, you are going to be pissed when you get down to putting your water cooler in later on, where you've already got your graphics cards in there, and you're like, oh, shit. Now I got to pull the whole system apart just to get your I/O shield in there. So let's go ahead and get that in there. Let's make sure. Actually, I want to see how this motherboard looks in there. Okay. Pretty nice. Got the PS2 ports at the top there. I always like to kind of match it up and see. Yeah, that'll be fine. So go ahead and pop it in. Making sure there's a cable tie in my way here. Get that out of the way. Yeah, they even label the USB 3.1 Type-C on the back. That's nice. VGA. All right. It just snaps right in place. Of course, this one's not wanting to snap. There we go. One more. One more. Come on. There we go. I think I got every part of it. Yeah, I think we're good to go. I may get ballsy enough to do a vertical mount here. I usually like to lay these flat, but let's go ahead and try it here. So you got your standoff in the middle, which will kind of hold it there. I'm sure a lot of people are going to scream at me for mounting it this way, but let me get my screws ready here. And I might make mistakes. It's been a while since I built a system for myself this complicated. I'm trying to think ahead right now. I'm trying to think of, should I go ahead and mount the radiator or not? And probably what I should do is take this case apart more because I'm not sure of the clearance and everything up here. So maybe, no, I think I'm going to mount the radiator after. But let's go ahead and disassemble the case. So to do that, I have never done this before, and I really don't want to break any of the plastic connectors. Let's see here. Front should just pull right off, I think. There we go. Sides come off, front pulls up. Okay. The top pulls up. Seems pretty straightforward, so let's try that. You start at the bottom. Do this really carefully because I really don't want to hurt any of the plastic clips in there. Some people go a little too hard and end up breaking them. There we go. We didn't break any of them. Awesome. Let's put that down. Oh, another nice feature of this case is this magnetic dust filter here, which a lot of them are including now, a lot of the higher end. It just slides in like that. You can take it out. You can rinse it off, dry it, slide it back in like this, and the magnets hold it in place. Very nice. Makes keeping your fans in your system clean a whole lot easier. We're going to put this down on the floor again for now. Okay, the top of this. Let's see, how does that come off? Which side do you pull from? Looks like it pulls up from the front. So we're going to start here and pull backwards. Hopefully I can do this while it's up on the counter. Oh, I feel resistance. The clips on this case are heavy duty. They are not like your cheap cases at all. Oh, there we go. That was pretty simple. Let me see if I can get the camera to focus in on these guys. The standoffs, the plastic feet on these, they're big. Big around, got a lot of tension when they clamp. Very nice, very high quality. We'll go ahead and put that down as well. And at the top we have our USB 3, USB 2, audio ports, power button. I'm still trying to decide. I want to mount the water cooler. You have to give me a minute here, guys. I got to do some homework. Just going to double check some of the manuals and shit. And actually, I think I have a video of this exact case. I want to see. They use different parts but the same case. And I want to see what got mounted first here, what made the most sense. I think you can do it either way, but I think once you get the motherboard in there, the problem is going to be the RAM modules will be in the way. And I really like to just keep them installed while you mount the board instead of having to reach down in there and plug it in. So let's see here. I think we're going to mount the water cooler first. Yeah, I think that's the way to go. I'm not doing a push-pull configuration. Some people asked that earlier, which means you're pushing air through one side and out the other. I'm just going to do a push configuration for now and buy 2 more fans later and do a pull configuration to pull the air out the top. So let's go ahead and get the water cooler unboxed. To do that, we're going to have to get some crap out of the way here. Keep all of our screws and everything handy. Get the case manual up. I think we'll have enough room here. We'll just put the motherboard over there for now. I am really running out of room, guys. Graphics cards. We're going to put the graphics cards on top of the Domino's pizza box that we had earlier. Because that's how we roll. Because it's the only surface area on this entire counter that I haven't covered with crap to build this computer yet. All right, so we got the Cooler Master Seidon 240M. Has 2 fans built onto it. Full-size radiator. Let me see if I can find the best way to get into this box here. I've got some tea back there too if we run out of Pepsi. We just ate pizza and we had some before we started this. Okay, so both fans. Ooh, I like these. They've got nice sleeves on them. Wow, I like those so far. So here's the radiator, and this is our CPU cooler. Since I already have had these video cards for a while, I already know they overclock slightly just fine with air cooling, and I'm not planning on overclocking the video cards much at all. And with the newer Z170 motherboard here from Asus, the Pro Gaming board, as well as most of their boards, they support overclocking without hitting the entire bus on the motherboard, meaning you have more control over what you're overclocking individually, instead of just how it used to be in the past. You would just, up the entire FSB and pray to God it didn't tank one of your video cards or affect one of your PCI devices. Okay, let's go ahead and get the plastic off of this guy. Again, this is another one of those all-in-one coolers that's no maintenance, 4 years, don't have to add any fluid, nothing. It's going to have a big, nice copper heat sink on it to keep the processor chilled. The lines, it look like to me like 1/4 of an inch, which it doesn't matter. I'm sure Cooler Master's done their homework. Here's another thing to check when you get these radiators out: is how many fins out of the box do you see nicked or damaged? And I'm looking at this. I see maybe 1 or 2, and I don't know if I can focus in on that. No, it's not going to focus too well. You might see it there in the top right-hand corner, a little discoloration. That is a bent fin. It's not that bad at all. In fact, I've seen way worse on water coolers. There may be one on the other side that's slightly bent. But the fin density on this is good, nice and tight. Go ahead and show you the business end of the business here. Nice heavy-duty copper to keep your CPU chilled. And then on top, you'll have, I think there's a blue LED in there and the pump and all that. So all self-contained. We're going to try to keep the cap on that until we're ready. All right. Go ahead and pull these fans out. Let's take a look at these. I also noticed the mounting hardware here for this thing is heavy duty. I mean, this is some heavy stuff. Nice metal, good quality. You're going to have, I think this supports AM3, LGA, almost all the current processors, and even the past 2 generations of processors are supported by this. That's why this bag of mounting hardware is got a lot in it. I mean, I could look at the box real quick and tell you guys, I should probably do that, what it fits. So it fits LGA 2011, 1150, 1366, 1155, 1156, and 775. That's for Intel. For AMD, it supports the FM2+, FM2, FM1, AM3, AM3+, and the AM2. So pretty much any modern processor is going to fit on this. And I do believe it also supports the 1150. Maybe, yeah. Hopefully we don't have an issue. Okay. Let me read. What did I do with the processor box? I wanted to take a look at it really quick, and I don't know where I put it. Oh, here it is. Yeah, the process. Yeah, so I'm pretty sure I read online and on Thermaltake's, or not Thermaltake, Cooler Master site, that this will support the 1151, which is what our i7 is. So we're good to go. I don't think any of the mounting brackets have changed or anything like that. Oh, there's some thermal compounds. So they did include some thermal compounds, so we will have thermal paste to use. I'm not going to pull out all the hardware just yet. I want to look at these fans. That's interesting. They've included a rubber gasket. Oh, okay, I see what this is for. So this is when you mount your fans, you put this down on the radiator first, and this will keep them from vibrating the radiator at all. Another nice touch from Cooler Master there. And then it looks like they've included a PWM splitter, because both of these fans you're obviously going to want to run at the same speed anyways. So they went ahead and included a PWM splitter, so you're only using one fan header off of your motherboard, which is what we're going to be doing. I'm really hoping this reaches to the CPU. Yeah, I think it will, to the header on the motherboard. Yeah, because it'll be right up, it'll be like this, right up by our cooler and whatnot. All right, so let's look at the fans. Nice. I did not read what kind of fans these are. Now that we have so many different fan technologies, you think that would have been a detail I would have looked at. Oh gosh. God only knows. I'm sure it's on the box somewhere. Let's look on the box here, because I'm sure some people will ask. It says pre-filled, ultra-fine micro-channel cold plate, durable and powerful water pump, large aluminum radiator with a wide RPM range, PWM fans, universal mounting solution. I don't think they're actually going to say what type of fan. Oh, here we go. Nope, they're rifle bearing fans. About 19 to 40 dBA in noise. So not too bad. 70,000 hour expectancy on the pump and 40,000 hour life expectancy on the fans. So the fans will probably give out before your pump will. So that's good to know. And you can actually see that the on the all-in-one solutions, the port here, it's meant to be maintenance free. So you're not supposed to maintain this. You actually void your warranty if you break this cap to add or remove liquid. So you'd only want to do that like after your 3 or 4 years warranty's up and you're doing some custom tinkering, or you know you need to do maintenance on it and Cooler Master's no longer supporting it, so you have that option. But don't break it until that happens. So, all right, so I think we're going to mount the fans first. Oh, another thing about these fans, they've sleeved the entire fan, so it's nice and smooth. Won't be kinking or anything like that. That's kind of nice. Yeah. Okay, I need to look at the guide on this guy. Holy cow. Let's find the English version, right? Depending on your need, you can mount second fan to the cooler. Yeah, I'm not doing push and pull. Fans go on to radiator and over there. So I'm looking at the case here because it would appear to me that your fans, they have an adjustable range up here. I know you can't see, but there's a slot where the fans, the whole thing can slide back and forth. So let me look at a few things here. I tried to do homework, but there's inevitably going to be times where you need to reference some other stuff here. I actually watched, Asus has a nice video on building a system similar to this. They're using a different cooler and whatnot, different motherboard. They're using the same case, but I'm kind of using it for reference as far as trying not to make any mistakes to where we're ripping the entire thing apart because we forgot to route a single cable the right way and all of a sudden we're having problems. So it looks to me, oh, that was the wrong button to press. Sorry, I'm looking on my other computer here. All right, so how we want these fans to come off. Place this flat down. Again, we're running out of room here. These cables or the piping for the water cooling are pretty flexible. You're not going to hurt them by bending them. And the arms up here by where the cooler block is are also flexible. You can actually get some range out of them. You can probably get at least, I don't know, 30-degree range out of those, if not more. So we're going to go ahead and mount our fans onto the radiator. Get some of this plastic out of the way. I'm sure that doesn't look very good on camera. We'll just stuff it. I'm gonna have stuff stuffed in like every crevice over here, Brant. It's gonna be like Easter eggs afterwards. You never find them all until 6 months later, and then you hit one with a lawnmower. All right, so I think what we kind of want to do here is have the cables on our fans. Ooh, wait a minute. I would assume it would be this way. Where's the airflow? Yeah, so the airflow gets pushed out. But I kind of want the cables to come down near the middle, I believe. It won't matter too much because, again, they've given us this little extension cable, but it's not very long. But I think we're going to want them to kind of hang down in the middle so we can plug it into this, and then it looks like the CPU, yeah, the CPU header fan header is kind of near the middle of the motherboard above the processor. It's pretty close. So I think if when we mount these on the radiator, if we can make those both drop in the middle. So that would be like, oh boy. Should I put them both in the back? Maybe I should, but then that break. Let me think about this for a minute, guys. Which way should we mount like that? I think it's not the same one that I've done my research on here. Yeah, I think we're gonna want it like that. I should have like made this hangout tomorrow, and I could have had plenty of time to do this research. But a lot of people that watch this video are probably maybe the first time they're ever building a system like this, and maybe the first time they've ever used one of these all-in-one radiators. So the gist of what I'm trying to do here is imagine where I want my cables to come out to where the motherboard is. So I know that the fan header is going to be right about here, right, when we're up in there. And I kind of want both of these fans, the cable off of them, to come out the middle here. You gotta pay attention to there's an arrow on the side of your fans that will tell you which way the airflow is. You're going to want to push out, and then later on, if you want to add 2 more fans on top to pull, you can do push and pull. So you can push air with 2 fans and pull air, and you'll get even better cooling performance with that. But it's not required by any means. But if you're really pressing the overclocking, that might be something that you want to look at. And I'm going to do it here in a couple months, but. So airflow and rotation here. So if I mount this one this way, you can take the cable out the back end, but in the middle. So that's a plus. Try not to touch the fins at all or bend the fins. And then this one here, I think I'm going to do the same. It looks like it's going to come off the left side, though, unfortunately. There's no way of, well, I can rotate it like that. That puts both cables where I want them to be, I do believe. So we're just going to keep it like that, flip the whole thing over, and that's how we're going to mount our fans. Try not to touch that copper. I'll probably go ahead and swab it with alcohol, but get these cables out of the way. So as you can see, I don't know how well you can see it on camera because I have like a motherboard box in the way now and everything else. But basically, I've positioned these fans to where both of the PWM cables coming off of them are in the middle here. That way, I think that's the best plan, at least. Well, we're going to find out. You might see me cussing later and be like, oh, that was not the best way to do it. But all right, so we're going to go ahead and line these fans up and get them started. I don't do tutorial videos like this very often at all. Like, I've done some in the past with Arduino and microcontrollers and stuff that I like, but I don't think I've ever done a live recording of me building a system. So I am a little nervous. I probably will make mistakes, but what are you going to do, huh? You know? Like right now, I don't even know where to reach for screws. I think they're in here somewhere. And we got to find the right screws, because they've included lots of goodies in here. If you look at the AMD plate that they included, when we're not doing an AMD system, but this is heavy duty metal. I mean, I'm trying to bend this. Very good mounting bracket. That thing's not going to go anywhere. I would assume pretty much everything is that way. This is a little different. I would bet 2 of these brackets actually slide around the block. I'm going to have to figure out which ones those are and what the difference are. Let's see here. We should have at least 8 screws. Probably going to be these guys. Yep. I'm going to have to remember when I order more of these fans, I'm going to need some more of these long screws. Oh, no, wait. Look, they included a buttload of them. That is nice of them. They know you're going to be swapping fans there now, apparently. Just going to go ahead and finger tighten these. It looks like the way Cooler Master has designed these screws, if you look at the threads on these, I don't know how well you can see that. My camera should autofocus here in a second. There it goes. So you can see there's not many threads there, and I've seen some other coolers in the past that aren't built so well. And basically the reason why is if you look at the radiator where these screw in at, there's only that enough room for that amount of threads. Meaning basically you'll never over tighten. Well, I mean, I suppose you could if you tried to Hulk it, right? But you'll never ruin your fins on your fans because when they go in here, there's only enough room for what's needed to mount them. You getting bored yet, Brant?
No.
Is it interesting?
Yeah.
Brant's never built a computer before. He likes to game and whatnot, though, so I thought he'd find this interesting. So I invited him over. All right, we'll just get all these in. Just going to hand tighten them for now. I don't think I missed any kind of... Not sure what all the bits and bobs are here yet. I'm pretty sure I'm mounting these fans right, though, so I'm not going to consult the manual just yet. Now watch me here in 5 minutes be like, I should have read the damn manual. But I think we're safe to get these down. Oh, see, I already forgot something. This is what you get for skipping ahead. I did not put the rubber gasket down, which if I went like a quiet PC, that would be good. Another problem with not reading the manual. Which I already knew that needed to go down. I just literally forgot. I'm a little nervous. I'm a little giddy. I want to get this thing together. Just so you guys know, the 2 video cards that I have, the reason why this is such a big jump for me is I've been using an old system, a DDR2 system, with a server motherboard that actually had a PCI riser that came out of it to support Crossfire. So basically, I wasn't even, and it was PCI Gen 1.1 on the bus, right? Like not PCI 3.0 like these are. So the performance I was getting out of those dual cards, even in Crossfire, was like 1/6 of what it could have been. So I have yet to even see what my own video cards that I've owned for over a year now have done. And this is kind of what happens when you're in the PC building business and whatnot, is you take care of everybody else and you're too busy to upgrade your stuff. That's why this upgrade to me is going to be a big one for the most part. Oh, wait, these go on the bottom of the fans like this, I would imagine. That would make more sense. Great, so now I've got another layer I have to try and line up. But these little rubber gaskets will help cut down the noise quite a bit. There we go. And this one down as well. Let's make sure I didn't screw up anything. I got, okay, pushing the air out. Yep. We're good to go. I think we've got it all in there. Now I'm going to have to be extra careful that these screws go in because now we've got that rubber layer to contend with, and I really don't want to poke holes in that rubber where there shouldn't be any. Looks like that one's good. I know you guys can't see that, but you know, it's the same shit, different hole. Once you see one of them go in, you've seen them all. Kind of, sort of. Not sure that advice holds true for everything. Once you've seen them one, you've seen them all. What's the saying for that? No, once you see them one, you want to see them all. That's the... All right, these are going pretty easy. I'm a little hesitant. I think I actually want to look at the manual before I go smack these all the way down with the screwdriver, just to make sure there's nothing else in here that, I don't know if they have a quick guide here. No, that's the warranty card. Oh, where's it at here? There we go, this big old sheet here. I think the rubber gasket should be okay. They don't even mention it. Did I skip a booklet? I mean, this is pretty much it. I mean, it is pretty straightforward, but I would have expected, I don't like the small pictures here. Even though I have my glasses on. Yeah, they don't even mention retention plate. They don't even mention using the rubber gaskets at all in here. It just says fan installation. It kind of shows the pictures. You know, here's the problem with it. So this is one beef I have with this. These directions are meant for even the smaller Cooler Master series, right? Like the half radiator blocks that you can get that are half of this size. So it shows a picture of them as well as this one, and the directions are just kind of generic. I mean, I know the gist of it because I've done, you know, this before, but it would have been nice to see a little better directions. So yeah, there's that. Go ahead and put this away. Well, I'm gonna go ahead and tighten them down because I don't see any other bits and bobs that I need at the moment. Well, wait. Wait a minute here. Am I having a brain fart here or what? That cannot be right. Were there two different sizes of these? No. Pretty much the same size. What is the dealio here? These screws are not going down like I mentioned before, the limited threads they have, so you can't go too far down, but it almost seems like there should be a washer here or something to keep the fans from sliding back up, and there's nothing. Like these fans are literally able to slide. You see that? So obviously I've missed a step or a nut. I don't see any nuts in here. The last one of these I installed was a Thermaltake. I don't know. It wasn't a Cooler Master. So let's see what we got going on here. No, there's no room for anything down there. So is there some kind of, these go on? No, because there's not 8 of these. 5, 4 of those. Let's consult the crappy directions, which I probably threw halfway across the room by now. God, it really doesn't show much at all, to be honest. Is there a difference between the outside and the inside? I mean, these are the same, right? No, there's 2 different size screws, one for the top and one for the inside. And I will bet you that I grabbed the wrong ones here. They looked identical. Let me show the camera, just for anybody that gets this cooler and hasn't mounted one of these. There is, gosh darn it, I can't find a flat surface. Anyway, there's a difference there in the length of the mounting screws. The camera should focus. Maybe you can see it. It's just slight. Yeah, I don't know if it'll focus if I get closer. No, it's not wanting to focus right now. The beauty of a live hangout. Anyway, you get the gist. So we're going to want the shorter ones here. Let me pop one in and tighten it and see how that feels. Oh, yeah. There's the difference. It's flush with my fan now. Oh, you really can't see that, can you, Brant? Maybe I should move it closer to the camera. Maybe that would be better. A little bit. I mean, yeah. So yeah, once we got the right screws here, there's two different lengths ones. I just kind of didn't pay attention and started ripping crap open. Now I'm not sure which ones need to go back in this bag and which ones don't. Okay, these two are long ones. These are short ones. So these go over here. Let's get all these in. See, now my fan won't be able to slide back away from the radiator. This should go pretty much. Now, wait a minute. This one's flush. Are there three different sizes, or did I just have a brain fart again and grab the wrong damn one? Yeah, looks like I grabbed the wrong one. Need to remember to put these back in a different bag. So these probably all need to come out. All right, going with the shorter ones. There we go. These are going much better. Oh, I need one more. Okay, now we can tighten them all. Yeah, that rubber's getting nice and squished in there to keep the vibrations down. Pulling them together really tight. No gap at all between our fans here. That's what we want to see. All right, this should be on there pretty good. We got both of the PWM cords coming out the same side. Looks pretty uniform all around. Not sure that the rubber gasket deal, I think they should have had a tiny notch in it for people that mount their fans with the power cable. I'm just being picky at this point. Only one downside to mounting them like this. And that is, I don't even know if they expect you to use the notches in this one, actually. There's little notches to tuck your cords back in. Yeah, I don't think they do because those wouldn't fit through there if I wanted them to. Sorry. Okay. I think we're going to get it mounted now. I'm going to have to turn this towards me, so you guys might not be able to see this part very well. But essentially what I'm going to do is lift the radiator up in there, get it mounted, which I'm pretty sure this is where the longer screws are going to come into play. It's been a couple months since I've done one of these. Yeah, so since we're not going to put the other fans, for the screws that they gave us here. think these will be the screws to mount. We shall find out. Again, we're going to try to keep the plastic on our block here, keep it protected so it doesn't get scratched. You scratch the block, and of course the thermal transfer will not be as good. Down and out. Down and out. So basically our mount is going to look like this. I don't think that plastic's going to want to stay on that block. So I'm going to pull this whole case this way a bit. You know what? I'm going to go ahead and get the motherboard out of the way. I'm going to stick it on one of the shelves. Not for sale. All right.
Say for sale though.
So I thought there would have been one other set of screws here, but I'm guessing these are the ones they mean for you to mount. Again, this top area lets you adjust a little on this case. There's actually sliding with the fan. I'm not sure in a radiator configuration that's going to come into too much of a play, but it might. Let's just, oh, of course that came off. Not ready to tape it on there. Oh well, no biggie. Yeah, I think that'll do. It's interesting on this case. There is, I know you guys can't see this. There's about an inch gap to one side of the radiator that actually has holes. I guess I could flip this down on the side and show you guys, but that would make it impossible for me to mount it. Or I'd be mounting it. You know what? I can do that. I can show you guys because I think it's worth mentioning. This wasn't there on the other case that I did one recently. So let's take this out and set it down. We're going to want to flip this case end for end like that, and then like that. But be careful on the other side. There's that PWM fan controller. We'll let it down nice and gentle, as well as some cables and connectors. But that should be pretty good and not scratch my glass up here. So now you're not going to be able to see the inside mount, but you'll see that anyway when I go to put the block on the CPU. So here's what I was talking about, and let me look at the camera angle. Oh, you can't even see. I'm telling them shit they can't even see now. Maybe you can see now. Yeah. So this gap right here is open, which is not a problem. I'm sure they've done their homework on this case. It's not a cheap case. And the top little dome that goes on this guy is meant to collect hot air and evacuate it from the case. That being said, I think I did see a review on this case already where they did do a push-pull configuration, having fans on this side to pull the air out as well as blow it through. And I do believe it did make a difference enough that any decent overclocker is going to want to go ahead and install another set of fans. So as you can see, even when I get this in place, there's that gap there, which, you know, whatever, it is what it is. No big deal. Now, I think, probably got this wrong, but I think these are the mounting screws for this. I'm already concerned that I made the wrong decision with the fans. And the only reason I say that is I'm wondering if I couldn't have hidden these out the other side and routed them behind the motherboard into the splitter. Oh, I've got to think about this. See, I normally I'd just flop this in here and get it working, but I don't want to crack this thing open until I get the new SSD. It's a cable management issue, right? I want it to look nice and clean, and the gap would have made an easy area down there for the cables to come out. Just
Flip it the other way.
But then the block will come off on that side. Let me look. Let me look at, like I said, I have some reference material here. It's not the exact same water cooler block that I have there, but yeah.
That's how he does it.
Well, yeah. We're looking at the Asus Z170 gaming PC that they did on YouTube for reference. Because he does a really good job at cable management. But I think, yeah, he's got them coming out the back, right? There's the two cables. No, you don't see his. Actually, that's probably one of them. And that's coming off. Let's flip around and see. We'll still reach the CPU, I would imagine. Let me see here. Yeah, I think that might do it, Brant. I think that maybe. It's a little bit of a bend. Wonder if they have a recommended way. I mean, I guess not, because each motherboard's different, right? Looking at where everything's situated on the motherboard over there. Yeah, I think that'll work. Boy, I'd hate to be I'd hate to be wrong. So use these. Just hold it up in place here. And get one of these started. There we go. Get one started on the other side. Try not to hit any of the fins. Here we go. This should be pretty solid. So you can see in this case, you actually have the liberty of moving this around just a tad. I mean, you're really limited by this screw over here. You can go back and forth just a tad bit here. So we have, like, I don't know, maybe about 1/4 of an inch wiggle room to move this around a little. Which, that being said, I may only put 4 screws in this thing for now. I may not put all the screws in. That way, when I say, oh, we need to move it 1/4 of an inch, it won't be that big of a deal. I guess I should kind of look on. I think the only thing that could be in the way, well, memory modules wouldn't, because it's all. Yeah, I think we're good. I think I can put them all in. Maybe. Go ahead and put these extra ones in too, in the middle. I'm not tightening these ones in the middle so much because that bracket there, I mean, it's high quality, but that's just a tiny bridge there. But of course, you need that tiny space for when you go to do your pull fans. You need plenty of airflow through there, and they've left plenty. If you look here, there's plenty of room there for your other fans on top, which are optional, of course. But, and I do not have decent fans that I'm willing to stick in here at the moment. I need to buy some new PWM fans for that. And I'll probably try to match them as much as I can to the Cooler Master ones as far as how much air, how much CFM they move, and the RPM of the fan as well. I don't know if you can get these fans separate, but we'll find out. All right, so that looks pretty good. Flip it back over here because I don't think I need in there again. Ooh, look at that CP cord just dangling there. Doesn't look like we scratched anything. Where'd the condom go? It came with a condom on it, damn it. Where the hell did it go? Could have went too far. Here we go. Stick that back on there for now. So yeah, so this will bend around and hit our CPU right there. Like I said, these are a little flexible. You can actually move these cables a little bit. So, okay, so there's that. Trying to think of the next logical step here. We got the CPU and the motherboard. We got the RAM and the motherboard. We changed the overclock, the overvoltage jumper on the motherboard so we can overclock and include more voltage to the cores. We got the cooler installed. We need to look at the fans that came with the case. We've got one back here, 3 in the front, and they come. The case comes with the PWM hub over here, which I don't think I'm going to use except for maybe the case fans and only the case fans. By default, they want you to plug this thing into the CPU header, though, which is where I want to plug in my water cooler. So I would assume I can plug it into any of the chassis fan headers instead and get by just fine. So hopefully that's the case. It looks like we're going to need, remember, to pull some power over here, probably for the LED controller as well as the hub here. Yeah, there's a couple plugins for that. I'm tempted to look at the manual for the case just to see if it mentions. Okay, we don't need any of this paperwork anymore. Down here. Yeah, here we go. Let's look at this bad boy. So it shows a PWM fan hub. It says connect the CPU cooler to the white header. And so I'm guessing right now that's just probably an extension. Yeah, that's just an extension dangling here. So instead, I think we're going to connect this to the chassis fan, which means all 4 of these fans, 1, 2, 3, 4, should be controlled by the chassis fan control on the motherboard. And then we'll just put the CPU water block plugged into the motherboard CPU fan header. Looks like the LED hub. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4 LEDs on this case. One below the logo on the side, one inside. I don't know what the other ones are. Oh, the input out, so the hard drive LEDs. Doesn't actually show in the manual here. Oh yeah, it does. Okay, and there's the USB 3 connector. Okay, I think we're ready to mount the motherboard. I think. I don't want to get too gung-ho here and skip a step. Got these nice grommeted things for cables to come up through. That's really nice. Maybe I should mount the power supply so I kind of know. Yeah, let's go ahead and mount the power supply because it's not going to get in the way. It's modular or semi-modular power supply, and it's housed down in here anyway. And then you got your cables coming up here. So if I go ahead and mount it now, at least it will give me ideas of where power cables are going to go before it gets really busy inside of this case. So looks like we got some, change it around for the camera here. We got some thumb screws here. They're actually pretty tight from the factory. Any decent case is going to have like a bottom mount power supply. Take that out of the way. And let's look at the power supply. So I'm going to put this out of the way a little bit for a minute because we're probably going to want to look at the different things of that. The power supply is the Thermaltake Toughpower Gold. And let me look for the model number for you guys really quick because some people are going to ask. It's the TPD-0650M. And I will put on the YouTube video, once this gets uploaded from the live hangout, I will put all of the parts numbers and links to purchase them from probably Newegg. And I don't even have a Newegg affiliate code yet. I could make some money off of that, but oh well, who cares? We're just here to inform people for the most part. We can dick with that stuff later if people are interested in watching more videos. Okay, they give us some zip ties and Just a standard power cable, nothing special about it. They give you a carrying case for your supplies. Even if I was a LAN gamer and taking my rig with me from place to place, I guess I don't get them. Well, I guess it'll be nice to throw these in the drawer, right, with all the extra bits and bobs I'm not using since it is modular. I don't know. Stuff just tends to end up all over the place with me anyway. So inside the carrying case, we get all the modular cables. If you've never used a modular power supply before, and some people still haven't, I'm trying to find my razor blade. Don't know where I put it. Yeah, it's an X-Acto knife. I don't know where I stuck it at, Bree. Well, I think there's scissors in the drawer here. Yep, there's scissors here. Boy, I'm going to want that later. I don't know what I did with it. Okay, we'll just use some scissors here. Start on that. Throw in our garbage. Trash can's almost full already. What we're looking at here, and let me find the back of the case just so I read these off as I pull them out here. Okay, so you've got your 24-pin power connector, which is already on the power supply because you're going to use it no matter what, right? And then each one of the other cables are individual, and they plug into the power supply as needed. So you get, let me find the 12-volt. Okay, here we go. This is the PCI 6+2-pin connector, so you can plug it in as needed. Looks like there's also a 6-pin. You've got, gosh, they give you lots of SATA connectors here. 4-pin connectors, SATA connectors. You got the floppy 4-pin connector here too as well. Just all your standards. They're just modular, so you only plug in what you need. So we're not going to be using a floppy connector, for instance, so we're not going to plug it in, and we're probably not going to use all the SATA connectors. We only got 2 hard drives right now. So actually, I could probably pick out ahead of time here what cables I'm going to need. So I'm going to need, I think, well, even though you can put multiple SATA devices on one cable, I think looking at the way the case is designed and the holes come up to the hard drives, I think I'm going to end up using 2. And the reason I say that is I'll probably use the very end SATA connector on each one of these cables to run individual cables. So I'm not like, for example, this is what I'm trying to picture here. So I don't have both hard drives next to each other, and I'm trying to stretch one and then one over to the other. I don't even want to do that. I want it to look nice and clean and neat. So we're going to run an individual one, even though it's a bit of a, going to add to the jungle of cables in here. So we got our SATA. Okay, we're going to need the graphics cards, 6-pin PCIe. Oh, they give you 2 6+2-pin PCIe, so 2 8-pin connectors. So we're going to need those. And then the motherboard is going to require the 8-pin ATX 12-volt cable as well, which, wait a minute, 6-pin, where is the 8-pin? PCI Express, PCIe. Oh, wait a minute, there's 4. Okay, we might have a problem here. Maybe. I know this motherboard needs an 8-pin 12-volt ATX connector, and I'm not seeing it. Maybe it's on the power supply itself. Let's cross our fingers, guys. Probably is. Would have been nice if it was modular, but most of them use it nowadays anyway. We're going to go ahead and get the case out of the way. There's nothing else in there. Anyways. So we got our 2 SATA cables, PCI Express. You know what? I think we're going to run dedicated PCI Express cables as well because we're using 2 video cards and SLI. So we'll do that. We won't need the floppy. We'll need the peripheral connector. So basically, we've only eliminated one cable so far. So much for modular power supplyage. Let's look at the end of this really quick. Yeah, there's our E-pin connector. So we're good to go on that. Jeez, they really twisted this crap on here. All right, get rid of that. And there's our power supply. Nice big fan on the top of it. From what I can see down inside, it looks pretty high quality. It's got that new plastic smell. I have a theory that all the new car smell and like the new plastic smells are what causes cancer. Because every time you open a box, you've got to sniff the thing. I mean, especially like a new car too, man. That new car smell that you get when you test drive a car. I know people that test drive cars just to smell the freaking new car smell. It's kind of weird, but yeah, we inhale a lot of plastics and a lot of things we don't know on a daily basis, that's for sure. I think there's a protective coating on this fan. Yeah, I want to get it off of there. Oh, wow. They could have included a pull tab on that. Seriously, guys? Watch, somebody's going to email me. That's not supposed to come off. Like, oh, well, I already did it. No, it's supposed to come off. There we go. Nice chrome look under there. Nice chrome Thermaltake logo, which I just smudged with my fingers. Yay! Okay, pretty standard. I'm going to go ahead and mount the power supply now. Ooh, that's weird. The test stickers on there are like the bump. They add an extra little test sticker here that says it passed QC, and it's a pretty thick sticker. It's actually, I guess it's no thicker than some of the other areas on there. Just making sure it's not going to make it hard to slide in there. I don't think I'm going to use their power cable. Probably won't use their zip ties because the case came with some, so I think it's safe to put this baggie somewhere in timeout. All right. I'm going to go ahead and slide the power supply into the case. This out of the way. Is there anything special we need to know about this power supply? I didn't even see any kind of paperwork with it. Maybe a little styrofoam here? No. Zip, zero, nada. Not even a specification sheet to say. Oh, wait, no, I'm wrong. Here we go. I was going to say, I know they include something. Everybody has their paperwork. Very basic. Of course, it's a power supply. What's there to know, really, right? I should have got the 750 watt model. Would have been nice. Okay, I think this paperwork is pretty much a waste of time. Now, which way does it mount in there? Sure, the fan goes down. Oh, another thing about this case, we showed you the magnetic dust guard on the front in the very beginning of the video. There's also one down here at the bottom where the power supply goes to protect your power supply fan and dust. It pulls out like this. This one is not magnetic. It's just a tray, but you can still pull it out. You can rinse it out under the sink, dry it off, and slide it back in. In theory, you should be able to do it with one hand. I'm not going to be able to, obviously. There we go. Slides back in, snaps into place. So that keeps your system pretty dust-free. So I would assume this is going to be pretty straightforward. Let's see if the mounting holes. That's interesting. God, these thumb screws, like they're either in really tight or they're loose as heck. Try to get this where I can see better. It's always a plus. So we're going to want to throw these cables in there. Try not to hit anything on the way. Try not to forget anything, because I have this overwhelming feeling that I've already forgotten something. And maybe I should go ahead and plug these in and slide them in there as well. That might not be a bad idea, because this tunnel here is kind of long. Yeah, I think that's what we're going to do. Double check something here. Yeah, I would imagine that's going to be optimal. All right. Let's get these twisty ties off of here. Well, I think Ben left us a while ago. That's okay. People will watch this later. Nobody wants to watch a 3-hour boring video until they buy this case or the motherboard and they have questions.
Yeah.
And then they're like, I want a step-by-step. I've seen people do step-by-step, and like I said, Asus even did a step-by-step really similar to this. And I'll try to link it in the description if I remember of the video. Not exactly the same parts, though. I mean, same case, same line of motherboards. It was a 6700 processor, but let's see here. Okay, so I want to go ahead and undo these because I want to go ahead and get them plugged into the modular power supply here. So there's one SATA, and this is going to be the second SATA. Come on. There's also a little bit of thought about which one of these connectors back here I want to use. Like, so I want them all, you know what, I want them up top. That gives me another ½ inch of clearance here. I'm just plugging them in. I know you guys can't see this, but I'm just plugging them in. They tell you exactly where they go. If not, consult your manual. And they're notched, just like your motherboard connectors. You can't plug this into the wrong hole. It will not go. Square peg, round hole, will not go. Okay, we're going to need another one of those. For the most part, I'm choosing the connectors on the top row when possible. And the reason for that, like I just said, was I gain another about ½ inch. Oh, now here's a problem. Oh, one's on the bottom row, notched differently, so you got to flip them over. But you gain about another ½ inch as far as the cable being up here instead of down here, because some of the connectors on top of the row, some in the middle. So that gives me more routing room later. See, this is our accessory power plugs, which I don't have anything myself that needs these. My hard drives are all SATA. These are the old style connectors. I'm not going to have a floppy drive. There's no optical drive in here. The case doesn't even support one. I mean, you could mount one in there if you're going to take the side of your case off every time you want to get to it. That'd be kind of stupid. Although you could probably mod the case. But anyway, but the LED controller and the PWM controller, one of the two, I don't remember which now, on the other side of the case over there, does use one of these. So we are going to need to plug it in because I think, like I said, we're going to use it for the case fans, not the CPU fan, but the one back here and the 3 in the front. And then later on, since the Asus Pro Gaming board has so much fan controller in the BIOS, which you will see later once we get it up on the screen. I know you're all waiting for it to power up. It has so much options in there that I may break that off of that PWM control because, to be honest with you, I've never used a PWM controller built into the case like this before. I think maybe one back in the day that was a front panel that I used. And I understand PWM from doing microcontroller stuff and stuff like the Arduino, controlling LED lights with PWM signals, but I'm not sure that it's addressable PWM, like you can spin this one at 500 RPM and the ones up front at 1,000, or is everything on that hub going to be like 1,000 RPM all at once, 2,000 RPM? Are the levels all the same? I suspect that they are, but I could be wrong. But the motherboard has, like I said, like 6 to 8 fan headers on it. So if I want more granular control over this fan and as well as those 3 fans, then it would probably make more sense to plug at least this one into the motherboard, and then the other 3 could still run off of that hub, because the front fans are probably all going to want to be ramped up same speed no matter what. I can't imagine unless, well, anyway, let's not get into the specifics. Hardcore overclockers will do what they want with their PWM fans. Or people trying to make a really, really quiet system. That's a lot of cables. Hopefully I can grab them all from the other side. Yeah, it looks like they're all coming through. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and turn it so I know I'm not pushing anything out of the way. There's a lot of cables already in here. This is where cable management starts to become a problem. As you can see, we have already the... Be careful with this case, too. There's an LED down here at the bottom that I just about decimated there. That wire, wow. NZXT, if you're listening to feedback, make this little wire here, this LED wire at the bottom, either sleeve it down out of the box or put it along the seam here inside, because I just about ripped that out. If one of my cables in my power supply would have got stuck around that, which it might still. I'm going to have to be careful here. I mean, it looks like it's hot glued on there, soldered and hot glued, but still, a brisk little yank and that would have came right off. I would have been soldering the LED back on there. Okay, so we're just going to pull all this out of here for now. All of our spaghetti here. All right, what else we got here? We can go ahead and put the power supply in. Did I put that upside down? Wouldn't surprise me. I was too busy worrying about the freaking cables. See the mounting bracket here. I think we're okay. Wait a minute, what's the gap between power supply and that? Oh wow, that's very little gap, isn't it? There's very little room on top of that power supply. I would imagine. Yeah. Go ahead and thumb tighten these back into place. Just see here. Oh, I can't get my finger on this side. That's kind of a bummer. They got this nice logo and LED panel over here, but there's no way to get in with your hand to push the power supply when the last screw doesn't want to. I'm literally going to have to turn it this way, reach through here, get it flush. Well, that top screw didn't even do anything. That's nice. There we go. Yeah, we'll get the other screws to be mounted in there. Okay. Where's the screws that came with the power supply? These? Those tiny little guys? That doesn't seem right. Did you see where I tossed the screws from the power supply, Brand? Maybe in there? Okay. Let's see if they're in there. Getting tired? No. Anxious to see it fire up. Me too, dude. We got zip ties in here. Oh, there's screws. They were hiding by the zip ties and the power cable. I may end up using that power cable eventually. I mean, nothing special, but we probably won't need those zip ties. I've got some others that came with the case there. Get this out of the way. Okay. We got to line up our power supply. Again, I still wish I could put my hand through that side. I'm not a lefty at all. And I know I'm blocking the camera and all. But you're just going to have to deal with it. God, I really want to reach around with my right hand. No joke intended there, guys. All right. I'll do it this way. I know we can't see it on the camera, but oh well. Sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do. Get one of them started and the rest should be fairly easy. There we go. The rest of them line right up. Okay. Get our other screws here. Let's see. What if they show a picture of that front? Sorry, I'm trying to plan ahead, guys. I don't want to do something wrong and then be pissed and have to come back later and correct it. Okay, they don't really have much to say about that. I would assume there's only one connector for the PWM. Oh, wait, no, the LED controller is not PWM. I'm sorry if I said that, guys. There is an LED controller on here, or a driver, I should say, right? It powers the LEDs. You can't control it, as far as I know. There's a button here. It has 4 different modes. It turns certain LEDs on and off. But I do not think you can hook it to your motherboard and actually control the LEDs in the case, which is fine with me. I don't really care. Would it be cool if they could pulsate to the music or something? Yeah, but I think the ones on the motherboard, you can do stuff like that. They're programmable, but not the case ones. Starting to actually roll over cables here. Okay, power supply is in. It's in pretty solid. I think we're down to the motherboard. I really don't want to goof this up. Oh, before we do that, we probably want to go ahead and get the brackets on our cooler here because we want to do that now. But here's the question. The cooler wasn't built for the 1151 socket, but it supports it. So I'm guessing you just use the same hardware as 1155. I'm looking around for the directions for the cooler here because we're going to have to use one of these brackets. Boy, where'd I put that one at, Brandon? Maybe in the box? No, not in the box. Oh, it was that big fold-out sheet, wasn't it? That wasn't very useful at all. Yeah, those directions, the ones that didn't. I'm really bummed about these directions. I mean, even the power supply directions are better than this. And maybe there is one. I mean, I could be like hating on Cooler Master right now for the only reason being that I dropped them somewhere and I can't find them. But I'm pretty sure this was all that it came with. So we're going to look on here for socket 1150 because we have 51, but it's going to be the same mounting bracket. So we already know, of course, we're not going to be using the AMD bracket. We already know this can go, you can go back in the box or whatever. Well, I'm just going to put it right there. We're just putting stuff in random places. It's starting to look like Jenga on the other side of this table that you guys can't see. I want you to know. But yeah. Okay, so we're going to look at the 1150, yeah, 1150 directions. Backplate, we already know which one that's going to be. That's going to be the Intel one. That's obvious. This backplate does adjust. This is why this cooler block is so universal. These right here slide. Let's see if you can see that or not. So they slide to 3 different locations. So very universal mounting bracket. What I want to know is which brackets do I need to put on this guy? And it looks like the, let's see here, LGA 1150 uses the middle notch of, again, these directions are written for 2 different water coolers. Don't like it. I know it saved you money on printing these directions, Cooler Master, but come on. Well, it's not these. These aren't, pretty sure it's not these guys. I mean, just by looking at them and knowing your socket types. Now, watch, I said that. I'll be wrong now. I'm pretty sure these are going to be the guys. And looking at the pictures here, it should just snap on both sides of. God, these directions are horrible. Well, I'm just going to picture it in my head, right? Like, I don't know of any other way. So these are going to go on here like so. Yeah. I would imagine it would be on the top. Boy, again, Cooler Master, your directions. Leave some. Well, that doesn't even look like it freaking fits. Okay, maybe it's below it. Maybe I'm wrong here. The other one that I did, the other all-in-one water cooler, had a similar system, but they actually notched into the pump head here, and these don't. Of course, I could just be putting them on wrong because the directions suck. I'm kind of just winging it here. That looks close. No, not at all. Sure, they just slide on like that. Even this one. I had them upside down there for a second. I know a lot of you are going to yell at me for that, but I'm just trying to get the size, the shape here. Guessing maybe, surely you wouldn't have one back there. These don't look like they match up. There we go. Oh, there is a slot there. It didn't look like it at first. Okay, yeah, there we go. Okay. I take back my hateful words, Cooler Master. There is a slot there. I just was being an idiot. Okay, so that means this other one will slide in on the other side. Once you know where that slot is, should practically guide itself there. Well, you know what? One side at a time. Let's get this one screwed in. I'm guessing that's what the tiny screws are for. But looking at their directions, it's not like you could frickin' tell if you wanted to. That's got to be what these tiny little guys are for. I may need a different screwdriver for these. Here we go. Get out your tiny ass screwdrivers for this step. Pretty good fit. So these are the brackets that are going to let us chomp down on the CPU and get a good seal between our water-cooled block, thermal compound, and the top of the CPU die. You know what? This screwdriver bit is a tad too small. I'd rather fix it now than strip out a screw or have it slip. So let's do that now. Thinking maybe this one. Even that's loose. Maybe this one. Pretty sure this one's going to do the deal. There we go. Much, much better. You know what? Jeez. I thought this was supposed to be a magnetic bit. I'm going to put this back on there. Again, that's nice. Fucking bracket. This is not a rated PG show, folks. I will be cussing. Okay. That's also why this video is not on StackTech's front page. StackTech is my computer shop / IT consulting biz, and this is my personal rig, and this is my personal time. This is not, we're using my shop, but we had to be here anyway, so. I know you guys can't see this well on camera, but essentially all I'm doing is screwing these side brackets in. Oh, son of a. If only I had a better angle. If only I would have screwed these brackets on before I put it inside of the case. You know, that would have made sense. These screws are just nuts. Jeez. I still don't have the right bit or something here. I don't think they have a bigger. Looking. No, maybe I can use a small screwdriver instead of those tiny bits. Maybe I should have stuck with the one I had. Yeah, probably. Okay, now we're going. Get those on pretty good. Make sure they're solid. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and stick this through the other side and attempt to do the other ones by flipping this around, because I'm already seeing, again, there's certain angles that, oh, my fucking cables are in the way. Of course they are. There we go. Okay. Another bracket. This side, I'm going to take this off temporarily now that it's facing me. So we slide into this notch here, like so. Pretty sure you screw these from the top. I didn't even consult the crap-ass direction. Yeah, it looks like they show them from the top. And the reason why I wanted to do it this way, so I could actually see what I was doing over here. We never said this was going to be a short video. In fact, I told people like 4 hours, because I'm going to want to benchmark this thing. I think YouTube limits me to 15 hours now. I think I got a bump. Not that I've ever made a video that long. But every once in a while, I like to do fun stuff like this, and I don't really like to have limits on my time. If you don't want to watch it all, then don't watch it. Maybe I'll get nice and actually put some timestamps in the description where you can jump to like certain parts being installed in case you're not interested in the entire video. You're only interested in bits and bobs. Okay. Here we go. So now we're ready for our motherboard asterisk, I think, because I'm trying to think if I need to route. You know what? No, Joe is ready for cigarette and something to drink. That's what Joe's ready for. So I'll be right back, folks. So have you learned anything yet, Brant? Kind of, sort of?
Yeah, kind of, sort of.
Kind of, sort of? Okay. We are absolutely not brought to you by Kickstarter. Mountain Dew Kickstarts. Although if Mountain Dew wants to get a hold of me, go right ahead. Any questions you have, Brant, while I'm kind of taking a break here?
Not really.
No?
It's all kind of just overwhelming.
Well, I talk pretty fast too sometimes, but I think you get the overall gist of what components do what. And Brant's a bit of a laptop gamer. He's never built a system or anything. I don't think he's ever watched one be built.
I haven't.
So while we're smoking a cigarette here, and let's take the Mountain Dew away from the components. I'm going to try to plan on a little bit of cable routing here while I don't have the motherboard in. For the most part, this case is very nicely designed. So any cables I have coming up the back, you want to get them all up the back here if you can, because this is the hidden area, right? This is your solid panel in this case. The other side is the display panel with the cutaway window in it. So for the most part, cables are going to be coming up here through these grommets here. These really nice grommets. I like these. They've got like a little rubber housing around them to kind of snap your cables in place, keep them so they don't kink or get cut by the metal at all. And that's another thing you notice about a good quality case, guys. And if you ever built your system back in the day, Brant, if I would have built this back in the day, if this would have been like one of my first 3 builds, any one of these edges here would have been razor sharp, and you wouldn't have been able to do that. You literally, if you were a beginner, you weren't watching what you were doing, you were kind of fumbling around because you were really nervous anyway. You didn't want to kill your motherboard. You didn't know what the hell you were doing for the most part. If you would have touched any of the metal parts and your standard PC case back in the day, and even some of the cheaper ones now are nice. They're anodized. You got the painting on here to where you're not getting cut. Some of the real cheap cases today, still the same way though. I mean, you'd come away with like slits in your hands and you'd be like, what, where did they get that from? Is that a paper cut? No, it's an aluminum cut from your case. So I'm imagining all the hard drive cables looks like will come up. There's actually 2 entries back here. So that's the hard drive cables. We won't be using any bays right now at all. Eventually, I'm going to do, the motherboard does support RAID 5, and I'm a big fan of RAID 5 to where if you lose one hard drive, if it dies, you can just replace it and rebuild your whole array and not lose your data. So I probably will put 4 drives in here. I don't use that much storage inside my computers anymore, and especially not my gaming rigs. I mainly use my NAS device and my servers for storage. So I don't see me sticking like 4 1 terabyte drives in here. But I may stick 4. Well, maybe. I don't know. I may have some on the shelf even. I could probably get away with 4 speedy 500 gig drives maybe even would do me fine. That'd give me 1.5 terabytes because you lose 1 hard drive for the RAID 5 parity to rebuild the array if one of them dies. So yeah, I don't know. I don't need a bunch of storage on here. I'm not storing a bunch of stuff. So all the cables, looks like I can go ahead and mount the motherboard. I'm gonna do that now. This is where we start to get closer. Well, before I do that though, let me think here. This is the accessory power that's needed to run the, I'm sure that's the LED controller. I really didn't want to unhook these cables unless I had to, but they're using bread ties. They're using these normal little wire bread ties. I don't really like them so much. I like zip ties, and if you look at this case, there are zip tie points like everywhere. But I may go ahead and use the bread ties for now to go ahead and benchmark it and come back in later because I don't want to add another hour to this video of me just micromanaging cables and trying to snake them around exactly how I want them. So for the most part, I might use the stock way that they have these kind of placed. I may have to break a couple of them out because, oh no, these looks like they'll fit anywhere on the motherboard for the most part. Almost, maybe not the top part. So we'll see. But I know I'm at least going to need to plug that one in. So don't let me forget to plug that one in when it comes time. So we're going to flip it around here, and we're going to get the motherboard installed. And I'm going to try to do it vertical for you guys. Because we have the middle posts on the ATX boards now that kind of hold them in place, I think I can get away with it. We're going to tuck the, I don't know where I'm going to put the water cooler. for the time being. It's not that flexible. I mean, it's flexible, but let's see here. Can I tuck it back on one of these hard drive bays for now? You know what? I'm going to take one of the hard drive bays out for now. In fact, I think the bottom one. Yeah, next to the bottom one here. They have thumb screws as well, but they're pretty tight from the factory. So I'm going to use a screwdriver here. And these, I should have shown this on camera. Oh, yeah, they just slide out. You've got two thumb screws. Your hard drive gets mounted there. They just slide right out. I'm going to go ahead and take this out to give me space to temporarily shove the water cooling block out of my way. Try to keep the plastic on the, there we go. Shove the cable back in there as well. Now we have plenty of room to get our motherboard in here and get it mounted. So here goes nothing, right? Take another drink. I'm gonna have to put this over here somewhere. CPU is already installed, RAM's already installed, IO shield is already in the back. Lay this down for a second and get some of this stuff out of my way. Okay. Another thing we got to be careful of is when we put it in, we get all the back connectors into the IO shield at the correct points. Don't want to bend up your IO shield. Get a hand in the back here too, and to guide it down. Trying to clear everything here at the same time. Here we go. Don't know where the middle connector went. Where's it at? I can't see it because the board's black and the header is black. I know I'm close. Real close. There we go. That. Whoa. Wait a minute here. Where is that middle header? Oh no, it went in. I was just a little worried. It's black on black, guys. It's really hard to see this middle header screw. I'm going to walk around the other side and check the IO shield. Yes, I know I shouldn't be leaving my almost $200 motherboard just sit there like that, but they've been a little dangerous. I mean, the back IO plate's pretty much holding it in at this point, as well as that middle peg. I think we're good. I'm going to lay it flat while I screw it in, though, so now you guys can see that's in there. Let me go ahead and lay it flat. Yeah. Cables all over the place. Get back in the holes. Oh, again, NZXT. I'm worried about that LED down there that's just kind of haphazardly. This could have been bad. Trying to reach around where I can't see. Grab cables out of the way. Oh, the cables are sticking on my counter. All right, we're just going to lay it down on top of some of those cables. I'm not going to put a lot of pressure on it. I'm not worried about breaking any of those or anything. Let's go back to the motherboard components. We're going to find our screws. They're all nice and labeled too. Yeah, they did a good job at labeling these. That's a little NZXT. Here's the question. Did the motherboard come with screws as well? Which ones do I want to use? The ones that came with the case or the motherboard? Sometimes they both include them. You know what? If the motherboard had any, they're probably still over here. now. Motherboard didn't have any, so we're good to go. Just use these. Not like there's going to be much of a difference. They both probably would have been, well, the motherboard ones probably would have been black, and the case, if it had ones, probably would have been white. Should be these here. 632s, if I'm eyeballing it correctly. I already see smudges on that processor again. Apparently I touched it when I put it in. So I'll make sure to swab that again. It's going to kind of hand tighten those. I don't want to go too overboard. Don't want to bend your motherboard, that's for sure. The middle post is already populated. You do not stick a screw in it. That's where the peg is at that was holding it up earlier. Really hope I'm not forgetting anything at this point in time. Although I could be. Come on. Black on black is kind of hard to see, especially if there's any glare from overhead lights at all. Normally I build these on the rear bench, but my old computer has been cannibalized back there and it's kind of sitting like a dead carcass. How many more we got to go? We got two more to go. Whoa, slippery. Last one.
Almost there.
Kind of, sort of. Okay. Motherboard has been mounted. God, all these cables coming out of the back here. It'd be a pain. All right, looks like all of our screws are through. Should have a good solid, no bends. We're all good to go. I'm gonna go ahead and swab that processor while I'm remembering it. Alcohol. Just so when we go to put thermal compound on there, none of my grease from my fingers are on it, anything like that. We're also going to do that for the copper block as well on the water cooler, which I think is going to be the next step. He's going ahead to get, well, we got to kind of think about cabling here again. We've got the two cables out the back from the two fans on the radiator. We know we're going to want them to go to the CPU fan header and the CPU optional. But we also remember they gave us a splitter cable here, which you're going to want to use because those fans are going to be going the same RPM pretty much at all points. That's interesting. Why are these two different collars? Same notching, two different collars. There shouldn't be a difference in these. I don't know why. So what are we looking for? We're looking for the Cooler Master instructions. Oh, that was the crappy big sheet again. Why is there splitter, two different colors? Part P is a 221 PWM adapter. So Collars don't mean jack squat. Maybe it's just so people, once it's in your case, if you happen to remember, hey, the red one is one fan, the other. So we're going to pull these through here, hook them up to our PWM splitter cable here, because they're going to be the same RPM. So again, we're not going to put this one on the back PWM hub. But if you look, we've got tons of cable here. I mean, it literally needs to go right here. And look at all that extra cable. So we're going to pull that cable through the back side and secure it, and then bring it back through. Actually, I'll probably just zip tie or something at some point. So we're going to hide it as much as we can. There's a CPU fan header and a CPU optional on this. This is going to go to our CPU fan. I could be wrong on that. The what do they recommend you put the pump to? Optional or let's double check here. It doesn't say. These are so generic. So generic. I really don't like these directions, Cooler Master. I guess what we really need to look at is the motherboard manual and decide what optionals for. I believe the CPU optional function on this motherboard has a specific Asus function as well. And we want to make sure it also works. Here we go, CPU fan 1. Now that's interesting. So one of these, ground, fan power, CPU fan in, CPU fan in. One is PWM. No, wait, they're both PWM. They're identical. Doesn't really freaking matter. So I get to decide, do I want the fan, CPU fan to be my pump? Where's the pump cable at? It's all the way over here. Which one do I want to be the pump? Do I want to do the optional header as the pump and the fan? Neither one of these manuals at this point recommend which way. And I really wanted to follow by the book if there was something in the book. I'm going to go with the optional being the pump. So we'll go ahead and hook that up as well. Maybe. Black on black. Again, very hard to see. You having to move the video cards to get another slice of pizza? Maybe we shouldn't have put the video cards on top of the pizza. All right, we're going to pull our block out. Everything's hooked up now. The fans are, the block is. And, oh, before we do anything else, we have not put the mounting bracket on the back of the motherboard for this to screw into. My guess is we're going to need these guys. Oh, look at this. They even give you a socket. So this would have came with what? The Cooler Master equipment. They gave you a socket here, and on one side is a normal screwdriver head. Wait for the camera to focus here. Maybe it's not going to focus. So that's a Phillips screw head. Oh, it kind of focused. On the other side is the hex. Nah, you can't really see it. The hex nut that fits into these hex things. So that was kind of a nice touch for them. So you can actually screw these with your screwdriver. Worth mentioning. I think the other one I did had that as well, but you know, worth mentioning. Okay. So if we look at the directions, since this wasn't made for the socket 1151, we're going to follow the 1155 directions. And on those directions, it should say which notching we need. Since this is adjustable in 3 different locations per screw, which one do we need for the 1155? Because that should be the same. 1155. Okay, the 1155 is the middle notch. So we're going to put these all up to middle notch. Okay, and then this should go through the back. Not much to show here. It's going to go through the back plate I don't think I'm going to show you me screwing it in because, well, not much to it here. It just slides in there. Feels pretty solid. And then we're going to take our hex nuts here, and it looks like they've actually put kind of a little washer gasket on them. That was nice of them too. Is that to protect the motherboard, or is that to seal the... My guess is it's to protect the motherboard. So we're going to put them this way. I'm just going to hand tighten these for now. I know you guys can't probably see this that well. This wasn't going to be a step-by-step guide. All it kind of is anyway. I wasn't going to show every little detail. And just hand tighten these. And then we're going to take that special little hex driver they gave us with a Phillips screwdriver on one side. And we're just going to put our Phillips screwdriver in it. And we're going to put it on top of these and tighten them. Not going to go too overly tight with it. This part doesn't have to be incredibly tight. I know you might think it does because this is what's going to hold your block down. But really, getting these hand tight and not damaging your board at all is the way to go, because the next part that screws into these is what's really making the contact between your copper block and the CPU. You really don't want to crank these too tight. You could bend your motherboard. You could actually eat up some traces. In fact, on this motherboard, it looks like there's some traces directly under these, and there's no kind of washer at all between, at least with this cooler. Like I said, they did have some kind of protective thing on the back of these, but anyway, which one did I not get to yet? This one feels like it. Yeah, put a little pressure on the back. Oh, the nut just fell right down. Where the hell did it go? It was just the socket that fell. It wasn't the screw. No big deal. There it is. We go back through on each one of those just to make sure there's no easy amount of give on them. Sometimes when you tighten the last one, you get some give. Geez, that socket does not want to stay. Of course, you should be doing this flat, peoples, not vertical like Joe's doing right now. That's most people's opinion. A little bit tighter on each one of these, not too tight. If you feel like you're going to break something, you probably will. All right. So now all that should be left is to put our thermal compound on the CPU. Different people have different ways they like to put thermal compound. I'm just going to do the classic blob right in the center. That's done fine for me throughout the years. And some of these all-in-one coolers, not this one, but they have a pre-applied pad of thermal compound on them. I kind of like it when they do that. But if you're an enthusiast and you want to use your own compound or whatever, then it's kind of good that they don't. Cooler Master in this case kind of did both, right? They included the compound here, which is their own brand, or you could have used something like Arctic Silver or whatever, you know, the latest and greatest fad is at the moment for thermal compounds. I did say I was going to swab this once, and I'm going to do that now, just because I've probably touched it as many times as that plastic bubble as came off of it. Well, that could have been a bad idea. Here's why I'm saying that. Paper towel is leaving bits behind on the copper. I've had that problem before. I don't know why. But that's okay. I have a little, I don't know why I did it that way. I have a little micro suede cloth that I will use that's fairly clean, that get all those bits and bobs out of there. There we go. Okay. Hopefully, I haven't forgotten anything to this point. Got the CPU fans plugged in. I got the water pump plugged in. I will route all the other cables after this. Trying to think if there's any other cables up here. There is the 12-volt power supply, but that's going to come up through the top into the back here. So I think I can get to everything else and still mount this right now. So I don't see any reason not to. So I'm going to go ahead and line it up. Don't think they have a recommended way to mount this either. I mean, I guess what I'd want to do is put bends the things the least amount. Looks like that maybe. Yeah, I think it's least point of resistance at this point is what we're going to do. So that looks good. All right, so let's get our thermal compound on here. Just going to swing it right up like that. Don't think you guys can see too well in the case there, and I'm sorry. Maybe I should have done some better lighting, whatever. And you're not going to be able to see this part very well either. Just going to put a dab of compound right in the middle of the processor. Not a whole lot. Not too little. There's tons of articles out there, by the way, if you want to see how much compound to use. And this thing kind of squirted it out really good. So what you're going to see me do is clean it the hell up because I don't want that extra compound sitting there. It's actually dripping off the bottom of the CPU a little. Not cool. Not what we wanted at all. That's okay, a little alcohol. Basically, you want the size of a little bit less than a BB, I would say. There we go. Looks good to me. Turn around this way. We're just going to go ahead and screw these in. This works out great too because the Cooler Master logo is visible, like it's right side up and everything. Some people like their aesthetics, and this just happened to work out this way. So I'm going to kind of get it started there. Oh, come on. Kind of wishing the motherboard was white and bouncing light around at this point. Can't hardly see in here. Again, if you were working on a flat surface, this probably wouldn't be that big of a deal. Starting to get some really good resistance. That's good. Means it's clamping down really good. Everything's lining up perfect. These are the ones you're going to want to tighten pretty good. Don't tighten up so much. I mean, you got the spring-loaded action just like all your i5 and i7 processor brackets for the most part. Okay. Okay, let's check it to make sure it's nice and solid. Yep, not going to go anywhere. None of the thermal compound gunked out anywhere. Just the right amount there. A little bit of a messy of a thermal compound apply, but I think we're good to go. So that will be our water-cooled CPU. Don't like these tags here. Warranty void if removed. Really, Cooler Master? You're going to put a warranty tag on a cable that you can't really hide too much, and it's bright white. This is stuff that people that really like aesthetics or ADHD people hate. Because now I got this tag here I'm not supposed to remove, because otherwise, now this one I can remove. It's just telling you don't throw this thing in the trash, because obviously it's got stuff in it. But I don't want to void my warranty. Not yet. Once it runs for a couple days, I'll pull that tag right off. Yeah, for now, it's just going to stick there. God, it's an eyesore. Maybe I'll wrap it around and tape it up. I think that's what I'll do. Not right now. Not really that worried about it. Okay. Got a RAM in, got that in. We're going to go ahead and put the video cards in, I think, because I'm worried about the power connectors to them. First of all, the power connectors for these come up through the bottom. Power connectors for the video cards will come through here. Well, let me think about this. Maybe not the video cards yet. The reason I'm saying that is let's build it to where if we ever have to take it apart, it'll be last in, first out, right? Meaning, like, if we have anything to plug into the motherboard headers right now, we should do that, because those are not going to change unless we go to a different motherboard, right? So stuff like the USB connector for the case, the sound connector for the case, all that crap should be connected now. So I'm finding it at the moment. And I'm looking for where the headers are going to go. So it looks like we're going to come right up through the bottom. We have our HD audio connector, USB 2 connector, power buttons, power LED, and what is this? That's the 3 connector. Okay. Oh, and this motherboard also supports the one thing it does support, even though it's not an ROG, Asus ROG motherboard, it does support the front panel ROG display thing. There's actually a header on there for the ROG Republic of Gamers front panel display, which shows like your PWMs and your fans and all that other stuff. Although, again, this case does not have any front panel accessible to speak of, so kind of a moot point in this case, but let me make sure I'm writing all this up correctly here. Yeah, I see the ROG EXT headers down here. There's a COM port header. I don't think I'll be using the COM port header. There's an external fan header, CPU overvoltage, that was the jumper. There's the panel. I'm not seeing the, okay, there's the USB 3, 1, 2. 3.0 pack. Okay, there's 2 USB 3 ports up there and a USB 2 port. We're gonna consult with the manual for a second just to make sure this goes exactly how I think it should. How I picture it in my head, at least. I could be wrong, so we're gonna double check. Here we go. They did a really good job with these USB connectors on this case too, by the way. I don't know if you can see that over there. Oh, you can't. I'm like showing people shit they can't even see here. I feel like Auntie Faye. You ever watch Auntie Faye on YouTube, the lady that cooks food? No. Oh, she's hilarious. She's got her, I think it's her son or cousin Tavis all the time yelling at him because they can't see stuff on camera. Anyways. He'll be shooting her, and he'll be shooting her face, and she's like, "Look down here in the pot. This is where the action is, not at my face." Okay. Looking between the motherboard manual and the case here, just looking at the header stuff. Here we go. USB 3 connector. It is bundled with. Is it bundled with the 2? No. Oh, there's the 2. Oh, okay. Okay. I was going to say, something looked. And then we got speakers. So we got the HD audio up there, and these can be routed separate. So these are what your power switch go to. These shows the lights when your case comes on. These all have to be connected to the motherboard. HD audio, USB 2.0, and USB 3. So let's take all of these. I can't see the motherboard and these at the same time. USB 3, 1, 2. This will go through the middle. right here. I know you guys probably can't see that. Maybe I should start moving the camera closer. You know what? Maybe I should get you guys a light. You know, I have a really powerful LED floodlight, but there's no plugins over there. Okay, just deal with it, guys. There's some like really nerdy geek like me out there like, no, go get the light. Oh, well, deal with it. Okay, there goes our USB 3 connector. Right in. So that's really nice. I mean, look at that. I mean, normally you have cables all over. So the way they made these, just there's no, as long as you put these cables in the right spot, you won't see cables all over this case at all. This is going to be a very clean build. Let's see here. We got USB, 2 USB headers down below, the TPM. Oh, wow, it has TPM on it. Fan, COM port, AFP. So we want, oh, there's a temperature sensor on there too. That's kind of cool. You can add your own temperature sensor to control your fans. The BIOS supports your own fan profiles, so you can program them to do whatever you want. We won't be doing that just now. I'm looking for the HD audio and the USB 2. The ones the closest as I can get to each other. So see, there's a USB 2 down there. I don't know why they're called 78 and 910 and 1112. We must follow this. Let's make sure we're getting these exactly right. The audio connector, it shows, okay, I see the audio connector. The AAFP, right? Yes. And then there's the wait a minute now. Huh, they both plug in either way. Interesting. HD audio legacy 8. Okay, so we're going to route this cable. Boy, so this is one of those cables where you know you got to do a long run, and you're wondering how you're going to get there without making a mess. I'm trying to route the HD audio cable. It's all the way over here. My cable comes out like over here. So I'm going to route it down by the power supply and up through this little hole here. Make it look all nice and neat. And it plugs in right there. Uh-oh. Yeah, right there. Again, very nice and neat cabling. You don't even hardly see the cable go across there. All right. So now we're looking for USB 2.0. Now there's 3 USB headers down here. Oh, I'm sorry. There's 2. And I would assume they're both USB 2. We want to make sure. Oh, wow. There's one over by the power connector, too. Oh, that's the free. Okay. Front panel audio, gaming T, gaming ATX. Where does it show the USB? Really? Where does it show the USB? Pro gaming, pro gaming. When did we start this? 5, 6, 7? We're 2.5 hours in. Well, we're trying to explain stuff too. So, okay, both of those are USB 2 headers. The reason I'm looking here though is because that does support the ROG EXT function, which is like I said, that front panel. But they're also, at least one of them, I believe, is a standard USB header. So if I have to use one, I'm going to stay away from it, I think. I'm just going to leave it out in case I ever decide to plug anything into that. You never know. Asus might come out with some cool kind of gadget that uses that. So I'm just going to use this middle one here. Again, trying to route my cable to where I'm not making a mess. But okay. So this will be the USB 2. Flip it around this way. I'm just going to use this one right here. Okay. Push the cable down in. I wish. Okay, I got a bit of a bitch again. And this is a bitch about the case manufacturing. why they didn't. There are ways to make these little rainbow colored. Now, if you guys can see this about what I'm complaining about here. Oh no, hell no, you can't see anything on there. Anyway, maybe I can show them. No, you can see the collared cables at the end of the USB headers. You know what? There's got to be some kind of light I can put over there. Thinking. 1 second, guys. We're gonna see if we can light up your day. Power strip. I'm using them all at the moment. This is the light I want to use, but I don't think the cable's long enough. Yeah, I got to move all that around and clean the area up. The desks are getting completely moved around, and I don't think there's any power cables on that side of the. You know, my electrician asked me when I built this place, or when I redone this place, "You sure you don't want standard outlets everywhere?" I said, "No, that's going to add to the cost." And I know I'm a computer shop, but look, I've already added some extra ones here and there and here. I think that's going to be enough. Yeah, right. It certainly wasn't. Oh, well, I think people are just going to have to deal with it. I really don't think I have a better way to light up that area. I can pull the camera closer, but it's not going to help either. Like, it's pretty dark in there. Anyways, let's go back to building it. Screw it. USB 2 headers are hooked up. The CPU fan and the pump is hooked up. The USB 3 header is hooked up. The HD audio header is hooked up to the motherboard. Trying to think. I'm looking around the case to make sure I'm not missing any connectors. I'm going to go ahead and plug in. Go ahead and turn this around so you guys can see the power connectors on the back again. At least this side you probably can see. Yeah, fairly decent at least. Move it a little closer. There we go. That's a little better, isn't it? So we know we're going to need one of the, we need these connected. Otherwise the power switch won't work and the power LEDs won't work. My bad. I jumped the gun here. Turn it back around. The one most important wire, the power switch, and I forget to hook it up. Well, I don't know. It's labeled blue LED, though. Is it blue LED and power switch? It's got a plus or minus. Let's see here. Double checking. Electronics power, PWM cable, PWM LED hub. I would assume that's the power button. Looks like it. What? Really? Here we go. Oh, no. God. It's in like 10 different languages in one little book here. 1, 2, 6, 5, 4. Mic jack, audio jack, power LED, power switch. 1, 2. Yeah, we can do this the old-fashioned way. Where's the power switch? It's right here. Follow the cable down. Double check this is exactly what I think it is. Yes, it's the power. Ooh, that cable looks like it got kinked pretty bad from the manufacturer even. Okay, that's what this is. So these are going to need these cables out of the way. These cables won't be in the way for much longer because we will be tucking them back into this area down here. They can be as messy as they want down there and you're not going to be able to see them too bad, but I'm going to try to bundle them up halfway nice and neat. So the power switch headers are going to be down here in the bottom. I can barely see. So what we're going to do, these are always hard to read once you get them, especially in a dark area like this. I'm going to poke them through, and I'm going to consult the manual for sure on this one, because there's so many little headers there. I want to make sure we get the right one. So here's the diagram. We got power LED minus, plus, top left. Power LED minus is the next one, and then the power button is the next one. That's easy. So plus minus power button. Let's look at these. They're labeled plus minus. So plus. Come on. Minus. I didn't really see a hard drive light on this thing, Brent. I don't know if it blinks when there's a hard drive activity or not. Headphone jack? I don't think it does. I think it's meant to be just look cool on its own. It is. I haven't found it yet. Okay, and then power switch should be the next two, but let's double check again. Power switch. Yeah. Ground. Power button. Should be these next two. So that should be good. Okay, that looks good. Let's tidy them up. Almost wondering if it should have looked better coming out that way than that way, but I think we're good. So far, the cabling doesn't look bad at all. Have you seen some of them? Like when you open them, I was like, spaghetti. Okay. And a lot of that is due to this case. I mean, it takes a little bit of skill to route cables, but this case has a lot of good nooks and crannies and ways to hide stuff, especially this bay down here. Okay, I'm trying to think. I'm going to look around the board one more time here to make sure I have not missed anything. The only thing I haven't dealt with yet that's in here currently is the PWM fans hooked to the PWM hub that I said I think I'm going to keep all on the same hub. And I think that's a good idea. Keep it on the case hub that came with it. So we need to look at that extension cable that they have here. Ooh, I'm going to have to actually undo the biggest bundle of wires and make a mess temporarily to get this sucker out. Okay, got it out. I'm going to quickly tie these back together before they drive me nuts. Ooh, actually, that was a good idea because I can bundle some more of these together. Okay. Now you guys can't see this, but it's just cable management. No big deal, no big deal. All right. So I have this header that says extension cable, and it comes from what they tell you in the case manual to hook to the CPU fan header. But obviously I didn't do that. We have plenty of headers on here. So we use the CPU fan header for the fans up here and the optional header for the pump. And what we're going to do with this is we're just going to hook it into chassis fan 1, which on this motherboard, God, there's so many different chassis things. I might just pick one that's convenient, to be honest, because there's so many of them around here. But I'd really like to hit number 1, just so when we get in the BIOS, I know it's the one that controls all of them. So I see chassis fan 2. I see chassis fan 3. Where the hell is chassis fan 1? Ew, it's in the middle of the motherboard. Okay, it's right here between the CPU and the PCI Express slot. So I'm not going to use it. I'm going to go for number 3 because it's right here. And I've got this nice little, I mean, this is where the cable is anyway, right? So I can just poke it right through here. Keep everything nice and tight. Twist the cable around the right way. Just going to have to remember that when I go into the BIOS. That chassis fan 3 is goes to the cases built in. Oh, something's not going here. Something don't feel right. Doesn't feel like that's connecting very good. Why is that? It looks like it's all matching up okay. Huh. Really? It looks correct. Gosh. I want to get my eyes where I can't see. I wonder if it's this USB 3 connector actually interfering. It's pretty bulky. I know you guys can't see this, but the USB 3 connector is bulky from this case. And I'm wondering, of course they all pretty much are, if it's not bumping into, you know what, I'm going to temporarily pull this out. Oh. Sorry, I just want to check what these look like. I'm having a brain fart. I'm a little tired. I'm getting there, and I worked all day. And
Drink some of that case.
yeah, drink some Kickstarter, have another cigarette.
Break time.
I will gladly trade a day of my life to get this correct now and enjoy many more days with my computer. This is an extension cable. I was totally not thinking there at all. Like, there was no way that was going to stick where I was trying to shove it. That's what she said. So, let me see. We've got some other stuff coming off of this PWM fan thing over here, too. I'm going to take a look at this real quick. I'm going to unbundle it all. PWM cable. We're going to consult the manual again because we have PWM cable here. I have never used the little hub like they have on here. Because we got one that says it's an extension cable, which I thought was the one that went to the CPU header. It's not. And we got this one that says it's a PWM cable. Looking for the right manual. It's going to be in the case manual because this is the case's function. God, there's another PWM cable there too. Oh no, that's the one for the LED driver probably. Yeah, that powers the LEDs, which we got to hook up as well. But let's see what the deal is here. So PWM cable, this one is the one that they want you to connect to the CPU fan or CPU optional, which we're not going to do. We're going to use this for chassis fan. So I'm going to take this out. And was it this one that I was in? I can't remember now. No, it's right here. I'm going to throw that through there. God, this is just getting to be a rat's nest here, but maybe we'll do something about it. Well, thanks. That's all I need is a little orange to go in my white case here. All right. We're almost getting ready to post this thing. I mean, we're getting there, right?
Getting there.
We got to do video cards yet. Some more cable management. It's probably some power supply cables, hard drive mounting. Okay. Looks like this is going to be a tight fit. God, this panel's getting in my way. I can't see shit. Okay, there we go. Uh-oh. Got to be careful, guys, when this happens. I didn't even pull on that cable very hard. One of the terminals has came out of the connector. Not good. Only negative thing so far I've seen about NZXT. Now, I pushed it back in, and it's snapped in now. It's not going to come back out, I don't think. But that obviously wasn't terminated very well. That could have caused the problem right there. I mean, it was only going to be our case fans, right? So we wouldn't have burned up a CPU, but still. Good thing we caught that now and not later. Okay, everything's still good from this side? Yeah, for the most part. Okay, so now we have our fans. Should be all these. Let me look again at that fan hub because I still don't get what they're doing here. So they got the three front cases. Boom, boom, boom. They've got the rear one, and then they've got this one that's supposed to go to the CPU fan, which I'm not even going to hook up. In fact, I think I'm going to unhook it. Oh, man, NZXT. I just had another terminal come out, guys, from the connector. And, I mean, I'm sure you guys have had that happen before where one individual cable, literally pulls out and you see the metal and you can pull it all the way out. And I've just so far pushed them back in, but usually you don't see that unless you're, yanking on these really hard. I don't know what that's all about. Anyway, gotta get rid of this extension cable for now. Don't think I need it. It's meant to go to the CPU, and we're not using it for the CPU. Okay, so let's go ahead and mount the hard drives, right, and get them powered. And then we'll do the video cards. Video cards, ooh, wait a minute. Should I do the video cards first? No, I should do the hard drives first because these video cards are going to sit right here. And I think I'm going to have to take like 4 of these back plates out. Yeah, to fit them in. We're almost there, Brant.
Almost.
We are really close. Okay. So these just screw out, I'm sure. Slide out. Oh, God, that one's tight. When you put these back in, there's no need to, they slide to and lock. I don't think there's any need to screw them down. Hand tight should be fine, especially if it's not a mechanical drive. I mean, one of mine is, right? It's a laptop form factor, but it's still a speedy hard drive. It's a hybrid hard drive. So we're going to put the hybrid hard drive. Let's see, which side do we want these on? Is it really going to matter aesthetically? Connectors are in the back like this, or like this. I think I'm going to do this so the silver is kind of lined up with that silver and the, yeah. Okay, so put those right in there. Line your holes up. And I just realized I don't have any screws for these. I'm sure the motherboard or somebody has included some hard drive screws, I would hope. Preferably some black ones, even though you're not going to see them. Yes, here we go. So we're going to need 8 of these. So are you going to, we're going to, I think we're getting ready to do a Minecraft series, either on this channel, Minecraft Let's Play series, or possibly create a new channel for it. Shit. Just drop screws all over the floor. That's got to happen at least once when you're building a computer, or it's not a complete build. But yeah, no, if we start doing Let's Plays, I'll have to hook you up. Like I said, we usually use the Curse client, and you could join us and
I don't got anything else to do.
we play. We'll play on either TeamSpeak or something, and broadcast it.
Curse has a new thing where it's like TeamSpeak, but it's
Right, the voice chat thing, right?
yeah.
Well, we might use Twitch too. Whatever lets us stream live to listeners. That's, I think, what we're going to want to do.
Yeah, that seems like a good choice. Twitch. I got a Twitch account.
Mm-hmm. Just get these screwed in here. I like this little plate design. So it just slides out. You've got, you do your 4 screws on the bottom of your hard drive, and then you just have one thumb screw that secures it. I'm surprised nobody's called me. I think I did put my phone on vibrate though, in anticipation. I didn't mute my Skype though, although we usually chat in there. We usually don't call too much, which is funny. We use a video calling program to chat via text because that's how we roll.
That's how I just use Curse.
Yeah, yeah.
Almost there. So close, but still so far.
Yes. Well, we got to install Windows, but I have a feeling Windows install off the USB device not going to take long in this case, even though we're not using a newer SSD. This is an older SSD. We're not using an M.2 drive. It still should be pretty snappy. The processor and the memory certainly won't be any kind of slowdown at all. Any kind of bottleneck. I don't know who I was watching the other day. We've used the term bottleneck in computing for a long time. Like your hard drive is a bottleneck because the transfer rate's so slow on it and the memory can't, is much faster. Looking for the hard drive, it's right in front of my face.
Yeah.
They were like, it's a bad word. I'm like, well, sometimes it does describe the situation. So the bottleneck here will actually be the SSD. The hybrid hard drive won't really be a bottleneck because it will be used to store large files and whatnot. It won't be used for like most of the games or... Well, I take that back. Some of the bigger games I might put on there just to free up some space. I personally even though I put like 512 and 1 gig SSDs in clients' computers all the time, I personally do not own an SSD over 380 gig. I've never needed over 380 gig in my main system storage. I don't think you need to put every movie that you got on an SSD. You're not, just not gaining the speed. Even some games don't really need to come on SSD.
See, I hope they start using like hard drives, build games on hard drives. I think that'd be so cool.
Like you just, well, yes and no. Like, what do you think? Like a cartridge system? Like you push it in the front of your computer?
Yeah. I think that'd be so cool if they start doing that.
I mean,
if they used a terabyte and made a really good game.
Right. Kinda, but I think most enthusiasts like to have like, this is my gaming rig. All my games go with me. That reminds me of Nintendo days. Like if you had a cartridge, you'd have to swap in and out for games or something.
Yeah. See, that's what I thought that would be good.
But I mean, I guess if you had a ton of slots on the front and like M.2, like I know you haven't seen it yet, but it basically looks like it's like the length of a stick of gum. And it's, do I have anything the size of it? It's half the size of this mounting plate right here. So say like that. And you can get them up to like a terabyte. And they're that thin too. So it's like a little stick.
Yeah.
So I guess if you had like slots in the front of your computer and like enough of them, like 16 of them or whatever, you just load your, the games that you use the most in there or whatever. Yeah, I guess that could be a novel idea. I don't like it, but it reminds me of Nintendo, man. Have you tried taking out the game and blowing the card and putting it back in? My game is blue screening. Blow the cartridge. All right, and these should now slide right in like that.
But what if they use USBs?
USB, even USB 3 might be fast. I don't know. It's just SSD storage is so fast. Plus, it would add to the cost of your game. I mean, if you did a 1 terabyte SSD, well, we're talking about the future though, not right now, right?
Yeah.
So, but right now, if you were to buy a game and say it was a $70 game, it was a really top of the line game, and it had to come on like a 256 gig stick, like fast enough to run that game on, that would add $200 to the cost of that game. So now it's $270 because it came on this newfangled cartridge. But in the future, the price will go down. Okay, I'm having a problem with this thumb screw, and it looks like it's lined straight, but it's just not. It actually needs to be screwed in with a screwdriver. That's okay. That's the mechanical drive anyway. This one, ooh, we got another complaint, NZXT. Well, technically, both of these bays are not meant for. Yeah, my bad. They're not meant. These two bays here are not meant for mechanical drives. There is wiggle. Hear it? So really, I shouldn't put this one here. Although I don't really care. It's a hybrid hard drive. I don't access it that much. Eventually, I'll move it up in one of these bays, whatever. But an SSD obviously doesn't matter if it wiggles around because it doesn't have moving parts. This one does. Okay. Now, we're going to start hooking stuff up. We are going to need 2 SATA cables for our 2 hard drives. Go ahead and get these out of the way. And I'm going to use the right angle ones, I think. God. Let's see how these will come out. Having to look through the case here. Well, they really want you to go down and out with those too. Oh, I should mention, on the Pro Gaming Asus Z170 board, if you do add an M.2 hard drive later, if it's the new NVMe ones that use 4 lanes of PCI Express, 4 bus lanes, it will disable SATA port 1. That being said, I think I'm going to specifically avoid SATA port 1 for that reason. So, that being said, I'm trying to look to the side here. This is not an optimal. You know what? I'll look at the manual. The manual will be easier to read than me trying to peek through the freaking side there. We are getting really close to powering this puppy up. Pro Gaming Fan. Where do you show the SATA connectors? I really want to see. I really want to know which one of these is port 1, and they're labeled kind of funky. SATA 6G34, SATA 6G. Okay, there it is. SATA 6G1, SATA 6G2. I'm not going to want to use 1. I'm going to want to use port 2, and I'm going to want to use port 2. They only gave me right ND connectors because I am going to add an NVMe thing later. Let me find these SATA ports. Hate when you can't find something really quick. That's what they make an index for, Joe. Look at the index. Expansion slots, jumpers, connectors, probably page 116. No. Yeah, come on. I'm getting frustrated now. I really want to fucking plug this thing in and get it going. I just want to know for sure. I think I have. Okay, here they are. I think it tells you here. So it says you can create RAID 0, 1, 5, and 10 with the Intel Rapid Store technology through the onboard. Okay, so that's through all the ports, pretty much. The SATA Express connector can support 1 SATA Express device or 2 SATA devices. Oh, does that mean both of those go? Don't know. We're going to stay away from the SATA Express at the moment. We're going to hook them up to the 6G because neither one of these drives use past the limit anyway. So that's what we're going to do. And that still leaves me open for the M.2 SSD later on. So we're going to use ports 3 and 4. 3 is on the bottom. 4 is on the top, I believe. 3, 4. No, maybe 3, 4. Now let's look at the manual again. We want to get these in the right. It doesn't say. I think 3 is on the top. Okay. The cable lined up. This will be port 4. This will be port 3. Come on. Oh, wait, did they switch them both?
So close.
So close, yet so far away. We're going to have a really good break here for at least like 8 minutes while Windows 10 installs. At least. Oh, come on. That is lined up. What's the major malfunction here? In those situations where you wish you could see. Really? There we go. God. Okay. So we're going to want to hide these best we can, which means we're going to go out the back. Yeah, I think all we have left is video cards, Brent, and we'll be powering this puppy up. We got another power connector over here to connect. Shove some cables in the back. We won't do all the cable management just now. I'll probably post it with the back off just to make sure it gets up and everything works. We still got to flash the BIOS, do a BIOS update. That doesn't look too bad. I'm going to put these, where are those hard drive openings at? Well, shit. I need to keep track of what's 3 and 4. I really wanted 3. 3 is, okay, this is the mechanical. This is the, okay, this is the SATA drive. Is that the hole? Yeah. Oh, I thought both of these were right angle connectors. Out with you. Oh, they put one right angle and one in. Okie dokie, people. They give you one right angle connector and two right angle connectors, 2 straight ones, but they package like them in separate things where you think you're going to get 2 right angles and you don't. Okay, so let me redo this again. because I really want the right angles down there. Well, that's going to look like crap now because it's coming out. You know what? Take this one out too. Look through this. Oh yeah, look at that. That's much cleaner. We just saved a whole bunch of cable mess there. I can't see. Can't see the connector. There we go. That one in there. And on top of that, this will be port 3. This will be my SATA. I know there's a lot of dead air in this freaking hangout. Well, not dead air. I'm talking constantly. But I know there's a lot of dead spots where you guys can't see much or whatever. But I'll try to. You know what I'll do is before I
cut it,
or after this video. Well, I won't cut it because it's a live event. But what I'll do is I'll post high-res photos for anybody interested in looking at the exact cable management and all that crap. Having a problem here. Can't see through the fan blades. Oh, come on. SATA connectors only go one way, peoples. Should not be that hard. Getting it lined up is the problem. Jeez. That, and I'm trying not to use very much cable at all. It's kind of biting me in the ass, though. Yeah, I got it the right way. There we go. Well, that's much better. There's no cable looping in there at all. Okay. This one is the top one. So this is our SATA SSD. The reason I wanted the right in connectors, the one that are L-shaped over here. Uh-oh. Well, tell me that's not going to go through there. Just because I used a right angle one. No! You will go through there. It's because when it sits on the back of this and plugs in, whoa, did I actually get it? Oh, I pretty much know where it's at. I shouldn't have mounted those yet. When did I mount those already, Brand? That was stupid.
Then I'm getting ready.
Oh, man, I'm ready to go, right? So the reason I wanted the L-shaped ones is because, oh, come on. Don't tell me that's backwards. What? This is how they show you in the manual, too. That's hilarious. They showed it connecting flush like this, and it doesn't. It would have to be like that, which ain't gonna work. So we're going back to straight cables, guys. God.
Golly.
Jeez. The only reason I did that because that's the way they show it, and it looks nice kind of having that L bracket there to.
This makes me want a cigarette.
Did you quit smoking?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, not to contribute to your habit, but there's cigarettes right next to you there.
I don't think I'll have one.
Yeah, he'll take a half one, he says. Okay. And those are like Newports, so they're really strong.
These are mom's cigarettes.
You will get your nicotine. Your mom smokes those?
No, but my mom smokes the hard cigarettes. You know, Sky, she smokes.
Oh, wow.
Reds 100.
Yeah. Those are like the new or the menthol equivalent. And actually, they're probably a little. They would be rougher if not for the menthol. Okay, guys, we're going back to the straight cables. We've learned the lesson. Now, if I can see through this freaking slot again. Oh, man. Hey, it's getting easier now. Okay, there's one. Come through here on top of it. A lot of play there. There we go. Here's two. Okay, top one is this one here. Top one's going to go over to our SSD. And I'm just going to leave them uncradled or unlocked at the moment, not screwed down, because we still got to pull the freaking power connectors through for those. So there's that. We'll just put those down in there. Don't let me forget those are down in there.
I'll try not to.
When I go to screw the hard drives in, when I start cussing, say down there, and I'll know. Like, oh yeah, I threw those down there. Okay. Oh, living on the edge. And we got this one coming up through here. I'm gonna try to put it through here. Okay, hard drives have SATA now. Cables still look all good and all dandy. I'm gonna go ahead and put this bay back in because we only needed it out for the water cooler block. There's a coffee maker back there too if you want coffee instead of Pepsi or whatever.
I'm good.
We're almost to post here. We are getting close to post. All right. Got my Mountain Dew. God, that looks so black. It looks kind of cool, even though the interesting thing will be when the blue LEDs come on.
I know.
Since the red's all over it, like inside. Well, not all over, right? But there's also red LEDs in the middle of that board. Like, see those white dots? Yeah. Those light up red, and so does the audio chip down there. So it'll be interesting, guys. Phone dying.
But at least when it's going blue, at least it's glowing.
Yeah.
At least it's glowing.
I may eventually get the black case or the red case at some point. At least by then I'll learn this case pretty much inside and out. So, okay.
But then that's tearing everything out. And then...
Yes, that is tearing absolutely everything out. The only thing that will stay is the memory on the motherboard, the CPU on the motherboard. Everything else will be disassembled. Let's go ahead and get our SATA connectors. For the power, remember we use two separate ones, even though they have multiple connectors, guys. Oh, you can't see me at all. Even though they have multiple connectors here, we went ahead and used two, even though they're modular, because I didn't want to have to stretch these like this between these two hard drives at all, like have two separate cables. So I'm going to run one to one and the other one to the other one, trying to keep our cables all nice and managed here. And now we can bolt these hard drives down. What? Come on. Fucking tight fits. Well, I know that's the right way. God. Man, those SATA power connectors are some of the tightest ones I've seen. Okay, let's put our hard drive back in the cradle. And, you know, I probably wouldn't mind so much mounting that there if there was some kind of rubber gasket keeping it from vibrating at all. But, like I said, I don't use it that much. I think this is actually temporary. I think I'm going to get the black case or the red case soon. Anybody in the Indiana area want to buy the nice white one that's pretty broken, let me know. I'll knock a couple bucks off and we can go have coffee or something, you know. Okay, next one. Doing the other SATA power connector as soon as I find it. Here it is. Oh my God, there's a lot of cables back here, Brant. I mean, it's... Yeah, it's getting... I'm trying to plug them in a certain order to where they all fold up nice and neat. But... Okay, so here's our other power for hybrid hard drive. The other connectors are getting snagged, so it's getting a little hard. Okay, and this should be this way. Oh gosh. Those really go on tight too. I mean, seriously, what the hell? I have never had SATA cables that tight. I wonder if it's the molding on those other, jeez. I mean, I suppose that's a good thing, but. Okay. Already got the screw on the screwdriver. Put it in the thumb. probably the only ghetto person with this nice of a case that put a mechanical laptop hard drive there. They look a little out of place. They're not as sleek as the SSDs. They don't look aesthetically that great. But like I said, I'm probably going to be ripping this part again anyway. I could put it in. I already have a mounting kit, obviously, to put it in one of the drive bays. But I like it here. I just pull off this side of the case and get to either one of them. So it's not gonna bother me one bit, at least temporarily. I mean, if anything bothers me, it's the red and black motherboard and the white and blue case. So until that problem gets solved, the rest of it can just, yeah, I don't really care. Okay, now, before we do the video cards, there is an 8-pin power connector up here, the EATX connector that provides more power to the motherboard. We need that 8-pin connector. And I'm looking for it now. I have found it. Let's see what else it's bundled with. I know you guys can't see it. Again, I'm sorry you can't see some of this video. If you guys like this kind of video, thumbs up and subscribe. And what I'll do is I'll actually get multiple cameras. I'll get some lighting. And the next time I build one of these, which is probably going to be here soon, and it'll probably be even better rig than this, I'll do a better job at like making sure that you can see it every step. I mean, right now I got the one HD camera here. I've got the one on the tripod, but I need a better system to be able to cut without having to move all the cameras myself. Just cut to another camera and like a top down camera with a light.
Like top down from right up there.
Yeah. And this is a live event, guys. This is not like pre-recorded and edited. This is live. So what you see is what you get. And it's hard to do them. When you see people do system builds like Newegg does and some of the other top builders, they're cutting, they have editors, they're doing that. And we're doing all this live. So, okay. So we've got a connector all the way at the top, the 8-pin EATX. I've got it in my hand. I'm going to route it behind here. Good thing about this case is there's so many holes, it's just going to come right through up here. Look at that. And the snap is on this side, I think. Again, you can't plug these in wrong. You can't square peg round hole them. Wait a minute. Or can you? If Joe can do it, if anybody can do it, Joe can do it. Did I grab the wrong connector? I thought that was the 8-pin. Meeny, meeny, miny, mo. Really? Come on. Round square. Uh-oh. Okay. CPU. That's it. It's got to be it. I think my eyes are just deceiving me. I don't see the clip on it though. It's all black, man. It's I'm not racist, it's just hard to see. Okay.
There's a light switch. There's a light socket right here that you could use.
Yeah, but I don't think the light that I had would have fit over there. Okay, we got it. It's just a matter of me not being able to see that clip there. Oh, wow, that really tucks away nicely. You barely see that connector at all. It's just right there on the other side. Okay, we need to plug in. Turn this around so you guys can see. So we just routed the 8-pin connector up here. Again, there's multiple zip tie points on this motherboard or this case, so we'll be able to tidy that up later, right? Like maybe push it over here like this or whatever. Not too worried about that right now. In fact, we're going to fire it up just like this with some stuff hanging out to make sure it posts. But so we need our 2 PCI Express power cables for our video cards. So those are still hanging here. And I know it looks like a mess, but I've kind of been keeping it to where they're not overlapping so much for different types of cables so that, you know, they can be bundled together for the most part. Now, of course, here's our main power board connector that's got to go up there yet. Oh, and here's the one the old style accessory cable. And the only reason we included that was to power that PWM thing and I think the LEDs. And where is it at? It's right here. Okay. I'm going to check these terminals since the other ones kind of popped out. They look pretty good. So we're going to go ahead and plug it in. And this cable, look at all that. It's kind of wasted. It only goes to this. We don't have a floppy drive. We don't have another. This is going to be one of those deals where you bundle it up the best you can in your hand and whack a cable tie on it and shove it into the nearest hole. But we'll do that later. Well, I might as well tie it. I'm not going to cable tie it yet. I will bread tie it just because.
Here's zip ties right here.
Right, but I don't. That'll be my last step. I mean, I'm going to do it off camera because that'll take me another hour, dude, to route these cables and put them where I want. And I don't think people want to watch me zip tie cables for an hour. They've already been watching my ass for like 3 hours anyway, or whatever. Okay, so we got that. So we just have the PCI Express cables for the video cards. Those will go last because if anything I'm going to change out of the system, it's going to be those video cards first. The motherboard, the main motherboard power connector here is going to go now because actually I probably should have done it earlier, but there's nothing, it's not interfering with anything at the moment. So where's the motherboard power connector on the other side? I can't remember if it's in the bottom hole here in the case or the middle. We're going to turn it around. It is the, I could probably fish it through the top connector since I've already got the USB 3 and the case fan header, the chassis fan header there. So we're going to fish that through the bottom. Wait, did I say bottom? Top one. Yeah, the top one, I was going to say. So let me snake it to where I think it should be here. Come through here. Okay. Again, I can't see the clip very well because, okay, it's got to be twisted around. It's got to go like this. Those are some thick cables. This is your main power connector brand, the one that powers the motherboard with the most. Oh, yeah, there you go. All the different power rails and stuff. Look at that cabling. I wish that there was lighter in there for guys to see. Like I said, I will. You know what? Let me find a light. Ooh, a light really quick, just to. I gotta have an old school flashlight somewhere. Somewhere. Maybe not. You know what? I could hold up that floodlight for a second. I mean, prepare to be blinded, people. I just want to show how well these cables look. The only two that are missing right now are the video card cables. But as far as all the other cabling, and maybe I'll have to pull the camera closer too, and maybe this will be too bright. Oh no, that's kind of nice. But it's black again. The reflections and whatnot. I don't know how long the cable is there. There you go. There's a look at the inside. I know I don't have a steady cam here. If you look at all the power cables and everything, the most prominent cables or anything is the water cooling tubes here for the most part. And then you've got the one here. Other than that, it's pretty much all nice and neat. Nice and tidy. Okay. Get rid of the LED floodlight. That's one hell of a way to brighten up your day. Okay. Graphics cards. Let's get them in. Oh, they're on top of the pizza box. Is there any pizza left, or we need to get another one?
There's one.
There's one piece. Okay. So these are two R9 270s. Yes, a little bit of an older card, but these are the 4 gig OC model by Asus. It's the R9 270-DC20C-2GD5. I know that doesn't mean a lot to a lot of people, but if people want to know what these cards are, that's what they are. Ooh, interesting. Huh. Anyway. Let me think here. First one goes in here, whack, takes out those two. Second one goes in here, whack, takes out those two. So it's skip one, take two. Oh, God, they really screwed these thumb things down like big time from the factory. Let me tell you. I'm thinking I might actually use the onboard Intel. Intel, the processor has a Intel HD 530 graphics built on it. Again, we're using the 6700K, the latest i7 6th generation. I may actually use that for my first like a 27-inch monitor, and then use these two in SLI for that looks right for the 55-inch TV there.
So you have three?
2 or 3 monitors, yeah.
Why not?
Well, that onboard graphics, it's funny. I was watching some benchmarks the other day. Because usually onboard graphics kind of sucks, just like your laptop graphics usually suck unless you got a gaming laptop, you know. And you really can't upgrade those in a game or in a laptop. You're kind of stuck with them. That's why PCs are king. Like, you know, desktops are king for gaming because they're upgradable. But even, I mean, these guys were playing like Grand Theft Auto 5, Crysis 4. I mean, on just the processor graphics, and they were getting 30 plus frames per second, which is not that bad. Okay, first card. Hey, before I go plugging these in, I'm taking one last look at all my headers. CPU fan 1, CPU fan. Okay.
Does that have wireless?
No, this motherboard does not have wireless, although they do make one with it. But I am not a wireless person. I mean, as far as my gaming rig goes, I'm still old school. Actually, most of their regular motherboards like this don't have the wireless on them. They have this is an ATX motherboard. They have like ITX motherboards that are smaller. They're meant for smaller cases, like literally like a fourth of this size you'd like take with you to like a gaming convention, you know. But those, almost all of those on the Asus 170 line, those have built-in wireless A, C, and N, I believe. So it's really handy for people with small rigs that want to be portable, you know. Okay, before I plug this in, I'm just checking all the headers and everything. Okay. I do believe these are PCI Express 16X lanes, but I think they go back down to PCI Express 8X on both of them when you're in Crossfire configuration, which still should be more than enough. I've seen conflicting reports on that, so don't hold me to it, guys. Cut in there, tighten these pretty good. There are tons of monitor hookups back there. I mean, the motherboard itself's got the DisplayPort, the HDMI, the DVI, the VGA, and then these cards have what? We got 2 DVIs a piece, a DisplayPort, and an HDMI.
Imagine having all that running.
Yeah, I don't think they all can be ran at once, but I think I can hook 6 monitors up. I think. I could be wrong. Could be 4. Put this next one in there. I really hope I didn't forget anything at this point. Once you get these video cards in there, it starts to become a pain in the ass taking everything apart if you made a mistake. And I don't think I've made any mistakes. Well, all the mistakes I've made, we've caught so far. But
no, I think it looks nice.
It definitely looks nice. The question is, did I forget something? And did I forget something major that's going to burn up a $400 CPU? I don't think I did. The only thing I'm worried about is still that CPU optional header. CPU fan, CPU opt. Because there's CPU fan and there's CPU fan 1. Oh no, that's chassis fan 1. Okay, we're good. We're good. I think I'm good. I feel a little more comfortable. I kept reading that as CPU. And okay, we've hooked up the PWM. First thing we're going to do is power this on, and we're going to watch fans. We're going to make sure all the fans come on and the light on the CPU cooler comes on. That way we know for sure we've got the fans hooked up correctly. Wow, all the cables look great, and I really give props to NZXT for this case. This is very nice. One of my favorite cases so far to build with, hands down. I really like it. Okay. We're not sponsored by anybody here, by the way, just so everybody knows. This is no sponsorship here at all. It's just me having fun. Radiator's installed. We got it all plugged in. We got the header back here. We got to power the PCI Express, the PCI Express cards. I am going to opt to give them their own channel, their own rail, although, really, that doesn't snap on there? It doesn't stay on there. Really? Oh, they're all that way. Okay. So this is a little bit more cables we got to route here. I think I'm going to pull them both in through the bottom here. I know it's going to get a little crowded down there, but I really think it's going to look better having them both come up this way than one of them come from up here and one of them come from here. Or, you know what? This is a nice convenient hole right here. I'll bet that's exactly what that's for. That's what we're going to use. I'm going to pull one of them up here. Another one, so they're on completely different rails here. I'm not going to use one single cable, even though they both have two of these on there. Oh yeah, this will look nice. And we got the red. At least the power supply connectors match the motherboard. Well, yeah. I don't like that 2 connector can't be hidden very easily. Damn my old video cards that happen to be a couple years old. Do they have any? What was the other cable that I didn't use in the power supply kit here? Nope, it was another SATA one. Boo. Okay, I'm just a little complaining about, God dang, this is a tight fit here. What? Am I just brain farting here and trying to plug shit in backwards? I'm ready to fucking play games, man. I'm not ready. I'm a little bummed about this. Like, technically, I could stick it back in here, but not a good idea. Maybe stick it to the side here. Now, do I want to go this way? Or I want to go behind it? Probably better behind it. Yeah, like this. A little bit of twist in there that I probably didn't need. Like, straighten it up like that. A little bit of an art form to cable management, and I am not that great at it, to be honest with you. This case has really been a godsend when it comes to that. Okay, I think we're ready to boot it up. I'm going to do one last check here. We're going to look at the back, the horrible mess that it is, right? All this stuff pretty much goes down in the cavity. We're going to stuff it like a turkey. In fact, I'm going to do that now. I know I said I was going to cable manage it later, and I still am. I'm not going to make you guys sit through a boring bunch, but I really want to see the performance of the case and the cooler with the sides on, because if you have it open, you're not getting your dynamic airflow like you would be if it was closed. So we're going to try, and these down here, these cables down here don't really interfere with cable or airflow too much at all. Maybe a little, but actually, if you look, guys, that right there is pretty much all she wrote on the cables. I'm gonna go ahead and put this side panel back on there very carefully as to not pinch any cables or anything, and I will deal with them later, but I really want the sides. I probably won't put the other side panel on until I post it once and see something appear on the screen, right? But there's a little bit of resistance here. I wouldn't know why with all those bundles of cables. There we go. I think. Did I squish a cable in there? I can't tell. No, I think it's just springing back because, yeah, I haven't pinched any cables. It's just being springy because there's so many of them. Okay, I could have been wrong on that comment because it doesn't even want to screw in. No, I don't see anything in my way at all. What's the deal here? The deal is Joe is having a major brain fart at this point in time. This actually goes the other way around because I'm ready to boot this thing and I'm skipping steps. You know. You'll have that. See these guys that just build these for a living and they get to cut everything bad out that they ever do. I'm stuck in a live hangout where I'm... Okay. How does that look, Brent? You can't even see the cables.
Can't even see the cables.
Yep, it's freaking nice. So we post it and we see if, number one, the light comes on the CPU cooler, all four of the CPU fans come on, the radiator fans come on. And I'm going to do that with the front off, the top off. We're going to run it for a couple seconds just as it is right here, guys. To do this, I've got a monitor set up here, but I'm actually going to plug it in down below where you guys aren't going to be able to see it. And I know that kind of sucks. Well, no, I won't. Not yet. The deal is we got this big monitor back here, and we're blocking some of it, right? You need to plug in?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it's all right. I don't have a closer thing. Okay, so we are going to grab this power cable. I'll put it over here like this. It's probably going to try to boot my old Windows installation, guys, which obviously is not going to work. That's okay. We're going to format that drive. Okay, power cable's in. Power supply's still off, though. We're going to do HDMI on video card number 1, closest to the processor, I believe, would be it.
Upside down.
Hmm? What?
I think the HDMI is upside down.
No, I'm following the. I think I think these are. Yeah, that's a tight fit. I don't know if I like that. Okay, well, I can adjust that later. Okay, keyboard and mouse. Since I know there's problems with Windows, maybe not Windows 10, but, oh, shit, it's knocked the hell out of my, there we go. I'm going to actually plug in a PS2 keyboard. And a PS2 mouse, maybe. Well, you know what? No. Let's go USB. Actually, I want these wireless ones. Is that your phone?
Yeah, it's yours.
Mine doesn't make that noise, does it? Battery critically low. Oh, God, I got a bazillion Facebook notifications. Oh, well, I'm going to have to wait. Sorry, guys. I'm looking for my little wireless dongle for my keyboard and mouse so I can use a wireless one with you guys. Let me look back here. I think it might actually be back here. Yep, I got it. Okay. Let's prepare to boot and hope we do not fry. I think I'm going to go to the other side because that's where the opening is. I'm really hoping I didn't forget anything, Grant.
I don't think you did.
Oh, I did. I forgot one thing. It's not important because it would have booted anyway. But the Crossfire bridge is not installed. Need that for them to work together. Okay, I don't even know what port to put this in, right? I don't think it matters too much. USB 3, USB.
You put it on the USB in the front. You can...
Well, you know what? I'm going to put in the oldest ones up here for the legacy support. Those ones in the front, I'm not going to use because I could have hooked them up wrong. And if those are hooked up wrong, I won't have any keyboard and mouse. At least I know if I use the ones on the motherboard, it's going to work no matter what. I'll figure that out later if I did it wrong. I don't think I did. I'm just saying I could have. Okay, turn the mouse on. Give the mouse something besides a glass surface here. Oh, we got to turn the TV on, or we're not going to see jack. So I'm going to need the TV remote because we got to change it to like HDMI 1 or whatever. Turn the TV on. We'll go grab the remote. How long have we been at this? We started at 5.
It's already on HDMI.
Did we start at 5:15 or 5? I think it was 5.
It was around 5.
6, 7, 8. 3 hours and 40 minutes.
New tune.
So it is on HDMI 1?
Yeah.
Okay. So let me get on this side. We're going to definitely want to know if all fans kick on. Watch nothing happen. Wouldn't that be nice? This is the power button up here. Oh, power supply's not on. Ooh, we have lights, people. And I'll show you the lights later. Right now I needed to have it this way so I can examine it. We got lights, power lights on the PCI Express video cards. The motherboard has power, and the ooh, look how it pulses the audio light. See that? It's like inside the motherboard too. That's kind of cool. All right, powering up. We have all fans. Water cooling pump is on. Case pump is on. Not getting any video. I have a feeling that's because either the onboard is firing right now. We're not getting any beeps either. Oh, no, there we go. We got video. Delete to enter BIOS. Did I get it in time? I don't know. F1 run setup. No, what are you doing? Are you trying to boot Windows? Oh, there we go. So we're in the BIOS. Wow, Grant, we didn't hook anything wrong up. Wow. Okay, it sees all of our memory. Now what we're going to do is we're going to turn it off really quick. Now that I know it's all functioning, I'm going to put the side of the case on, and I'm going to put it down where you guys can see the screen, because the next part of what I'm going to do, I don't know if I want to overclock before I install Windows. That would be bad for them, because usually you want to test it. But I think I'm going to do it. I think I'm going to go ahead and overclock it, because I've seen these 6700K chips go to like 4.7 gigahertz with water cooling pretty consistently. Like it used to be you had to like order a specific one that came out of a specific manufacturer's tray just to make sure it was overclockable. Let's see here. We're going to put the side on. But, you know, I'm one of those people that really think that a Windows installation, if it survives an overclocked CPU, is a good kind of benchmark / test that it's going to be stable. Now, that's not the only one you're going to want to do. You are going to want to probably Prime 95 it, 3D Mark, PC Mark, you name it. So let's get the top of the case back on. We're going to put our dust filter on the front. There we go. Put the front of the case back on. Oh, wait, no, top goes on first.
Forgot one thing.
What? What is it? Oh, yeah, that. You don't leave that on for now, because that'll protect it from scratches, and that'll be like one of the last things. Before I show the people the lights and stuff, I'll rip that off. And we didn't see that many lights on them. I don't think they were turned on.
They're on the bottom.
Were they?
Yeah.
Okay, get the top on, front. I was a little intimidated at the way this case came apart at first, but it's just got those tough clips. I mean, they're definitely going to last if you don't break them. So you're going to want to start at the top. Oh, that sounds bad. But it's not. There we go. Good old plastic snapping sounds. Reminds me when I take laptops apart. You're always afraid you're going to break them. Okay, now that lets me put it down on the floor so you guys can actually see the screen. I'm going to attempt to do an overclock, and then I'm going to probably cut this hangout for now and come back like tomorrow with some benchmarking. Holy cow, Brant. How am I going to do this? Power cable. Sorry, folks, we're going to move this. Oh, it's heavy. It's not that bad, though. My old case was like 70 pounds. It was all steel construction.
Why do you don't plug it in over here?
I'm going to pull that cable around the corner there. This HDMI cable was the shorter of the two, I think. Oh, hey. Because now it's just basically about, I'm going to try to attempt my overclock, format a hard drive, and install Windows 10. And we can kind of take a break here. All right. Here we go. I'll put this down here. Mouse over here now. Let me get some of my mess out of the way. Like all of my mess out of the way. Put it down here for now. And USB, Windows 10 on a USB stick. I'm going to actually move the camera for you guys here in a second to where you can see the monitor better, don't worry. And then I'll show the case at the end. So if you want to skip this part of Windows 10 installation to see all the pretty lights and me turn out the lights in the shop so you can see the pretty lights glow, that'll be at the end of the video. You might want to fast forward now to save you some time. I plugged in a USB device. It's probably not USB 3. It's an older flash drive. It's 8 gigs, no, 16 gigs. It's got Windows 10 Professional on it. Going to adjust the camera now for you guys. The best I can. I mean, there's junk all over here. This is a disaster. I can't even open my business tomorrow until. Okay, guys, we've lost video temporarily. Don't worry. It's a glitch in my camera. It happens every once in a while when I move it. Okay. So we're going to go closer. But not so close you can't see. And then we're going to go back a little. You see the top of the monitor too. No, not that much. Don't need to see the ceiling. Oh, come on. No. This is why I need better equipment, guys. Okay, well, here's what we're going to do. We're going to focus that as much as we can. I know there's glare. Going to have to deal with it. Okay, Brant, smack the power button there, and let's see what we can do. See if we can get Windows installed. It's quiet.
There's no lights on the bottom. It is quiet there.
Very quiet. Okay, we're not getting video this time. Oh, there we go. It just took a second. Delete or F2 to go into the UEFI BIOS. We're going to go ahead and do that now. There's probably a couple things we need to do. We probably need to specify some fan settings. Okay, I don't know why it's not fitting my TV. This is a little frustrating. I don't know if there's a issue. Oh boy. Picture. Can I change this? I don't know if it's a TV issue. Oh yeah, that's just. It's not fitting the screen here. Picture. Here we go. Picture mode, color temperature, aspect ratio, full, normal. There we go. Oh, no, that looks even shittier. Whoa. There we go.
PC mode.
Hell, I didn't even know this TV had PC mode. And I've been having scaling issues on this TV, guys, where it's pixelated. So that's why I was just using the AMD video card software to kind of adjust and get around it. And now I know it's going to be set to PC. Okay, so first thing we're going to do is make sure the date's right and the time's right. We're looking at 8:50, 10:27. You ever played in a BIOS before at all, Brant? Like even old school ones? Oh, okay. They didn't used to have mice or graphics or anything. They used to just be like very basic. Okay, first thing we're going to do is probably, since we are using DDR4 memory, we can probably enable our XMP settings for performance on the memory modules. So we're going to go ahead and say yes. So that will read the speed information, the timings from the memory. I'm going to grab me a chair here because I've been standing up for a minute. Oh! I should have a cigarette too. You know, it's like we just had fantastic sex putting this thing together, and now we need an after-sex cigarette. Okay. Sorry if there's any kids watching. It was labeled 18 plus. Not that I haven't already cursed multiple times. Okay. Where'd you put the lighter at, Brad?
In the drawer.
In the drawer? Okay. Okay. So we're getting a CPU fan reading of 768 RPMs. The opt one, which is actually the pump, is going at 1401. I'm not sure. We can't see those top fans, can we? Let's take a quick look at fans, guys. Just to see. It doesn't have any load right now anyway, so not much to be seen there, right? Like it looks okay. And then, funny enough, our chassis fan ones are showing nothing. And this is the ones we plugged that, the fucking, can't even think about it. The PWM hub into. Now I can tell you, I'm looking at the fans right now. They're spinning. So I'm not sure what that's about. And maybe this is a reason why I've seen other people with this motherboard in case, or an Asus motherboard in case, not use that hub at all. Because if you look here, we still have 5 fan headers. Or I'm sorry, 6 fan headers on the motherboard we haven't used. Hopefully you can see that. Yeah, it looks pretty good on the screen. So we'll have to look into that. BIOS version 0.0231. We're going to go ahead and update the BIOS. I forgot I forgot I have the BIOS on a stick. On a stick. Okay, plug that in. Hopefully it sees it. I'm having to reboot here. So somewhere in here is a way to advanced, maybe. Nope. Tool. Flash utility. This is what we want. We want to update the BIOS. Please choose a message that we want to do by USB. Ooh, you can update it from the internet. It is on the little drive here, BIOS, and there it is. So we're on 502. Uh-oh, I double clicked and it's frozen. That's not cool. I didn't even pick the flash yet or anything. And it's kind of frozen here. This is a bad spot where you don't want to reboot, because what if it's doing something with the BIOS? I can't believe it froze right there. And the keyboard's not doing anything either. Wow. Bad form, Asus. What the heck? Ah. Well, it's definitely not flashing. I would assume if it was flashing the BIOS, it would have. The motherboard's not locked up. It would have told me it was doing it, so I'm going to power it off. Power it back on. Maybe it's the flash drive. I don't know.
Just a little kink.
I hope it's a little kink. Well, there's a couple things that could be going on here. A fan could not be PWMing right because of that hub, but I don't think that was it. It's more likely that flash drive, to be honest with you. Tool, flash utility, USB, next. It's this little drive here, BIOS. Maybe I just hit, is there next? No. Click on it. Do you want to read? So you didn't do that last time. That was weird. I'm a little, like, if it locks up here, we've killed the motherboard. I'm going to go yes. It says it's not the proper BIOS. Yes, it is. H1. Oh, no, it's not. Oh, look at that, guys. I downloaded the wrong BIOS. Oh, you know what? Because I was originally going to get an H170 board. I wrote this flash drive first. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to exit this. Yep. And I'm going to go grab the correct BIOS really quick. Won't take you but a couple seconds here. The BIOS, so you know, Brand, it's the basic program that runs in your motherboard that like connects everything, like handles the fans, the memory, and everything. So having it up to date before you even install Windows is a great idea. So we're going to go to Asus's site over here on another computer. We are going to grab asus.com, support, Z170 Pro Gaming. Okay, we're looking for drivers and tools. Looking for BIOS. Z170 0803 is the latest, and we are in, it doesn't really say right here. So let me let's go ahead and download this. 10/12. It was released less than 15 days ago, so that means most certainly we'll need a BIOS update. So I'm going to copy this file, copy to, browse, and stick it on the flash drive. Okay. I'm going to eject the flash drive successfully. Okay, go ahead and plug it back in. Okay, now we should get a successful BIOS update. If the BIOS hasn't locked up again, it hasn't. I don't know what that was. That's a little scary that we had that problem, but USB. BIOS. And it should be this one, the Z170. Look at this. The files are identical in size. That's interesting. Okay, do you want to read it? Yes. Okay, do you really want to update it? Yes. Don't crash on me. God dang it. Ooh, the mouse quit responding, but the progress bar is moving down at the bottom. So that's okay. So the next step after this will be to check a couple more things to the BIOS and then install Windows 10. And then we'll play some Minecraft or something. I don't know. We'll test something out on it, I'm sure.
Minecraft.
Minecraft. We built this big gaming rig with awesome processor to play Minecraft.
Minecraft.
Well, you see, I was like, I don't know if people missed the beginning, but I was using both of these cards in like a PCI Express 1.1 slot. It was horrible. And I couldn't even do shaders in Minecraft. And with Crossfire, with 2 video cards working as a team, it wouldn't work. It wouldn't work that well. I'm sure now that bottleneck's been removed entirely.
Move along.
Oh, let's be verifying now. Getting towards the end here. All right, updated successfully, needs to restart. Okay. Go ahead and go back into the BIOS. And we have nothing at the moment. That was a successful flash. What the heck?
Now the fans are on.
Oh, maybe it's still rebooting. It did ramp the fans up just now. I really don't want to unplug it at this point in time or power it off and back on. I've got nothing. I've got no video. Oh, there it goes. Took a second. So if you have this motherboard and you flash it, don't freak out. Apparently it takes a couple seconds. I don't know what that was. Oh, it's still updating. It was just reading the file. Look, now it's actually updating. That's interesting. A little bit scary. Not going to lie. Now it's actually powered itself all the way off and back on. So now we should resume normal operation. We should get video here in a second. There it is. F2 to enter the BIOS. Whew. To finish the BIOS update, you have to select the cap file again to continue updating the BIOS. What? Please do not shut down or restart the computer during BIOS update. Okay, I have never seen that before. What is it doing? Verifying now? This is weird. Or maybe it's because this motherboard has like the BIOS protection thing on it. Z. Yes. Do you really want to update? Yes. Okay. We're going for number 2 here. I don't know if something went wrong or if that's the way this thing behaves. Does it have dual BIOS in it? Let me read manual. That was a little weird. BIOS setup and program 2.6.
Yeah, what's up?
What's up, Brian?
Default easy mode appears in the BIOS program.
Just play some League of Legends. What do you guys?
Watching an update.
All right, not sure.
My friend Joe just built a computer. Took it all day.
Not entirely sure what's going on here, guys.
You did what? You built a computer?
I think this is a perfect place to go to part 2, though. Like, we'll continue this tomorrow and show the entire rig.
I didn't take all day.
Jerry.
Oh.
Like he did like a step by step.
I don't know, my brother put it together in like an hour.
Yeah, this one was like had
Oh, we're on 4 hours, Grant, not all day. All right. It looks like everything's good now. All right, we're going to cut this hangout for now, and we're going to come back with part 2 tomorrow.